is on the least priority as far as United States or the West is concerned. And it is also obvious when you look at the humanitarian assistance which is given from the UN Forum or through the INGOs, only 1/3 of the pledges were honored by the member states for Afghanistan's humanitarian assistance. It is, again, you can say, because of the less interference in Afghanistan's internal affairs, and then a modus vivendi evolved by the immediate neighbors of Afghanistan on the sidelines of SCO summit in September 2021, just 1 month after the American withdrawal, that we will recognize the Taliban regime simultaneously. We will not recognize the Taliban regime unilaterally. So therefore, the immediate neighbors and Russia, this was the modus vivendi which was evolved, and through that they have also sustained Afghanistan economically through their bilateral trade and by entering into currency swap and barter trade agreements with Afghanistan. And so now Afghanistan is at the subsistence level. And the positive thing in Afghanistan is there is less corruption, which is internationally recognized. They have raised their revenues, which is internationally recognized. There is security in the country, which is internationally recognized. And then drug or opium cultivation is at its all-time low. 95% production has been cut. Again, UNODC and internationally recognized fact. So if that's the case, then that is also sustaining the country. And that's a big plus for us. But if we talk about the kind of recent spat between the two countries, that would continue. We are talking about a process. This is a process which will continue, and we have to bear with all kind of ups and downs as far as Afghanistan and Pakistan is concerned. So don't expect miracles coming anytime soon. Now I come to Iran. With Iran, I have been, lastly, my last assignment was there as ambassador. Both the countries, as I said earlier, there is no dispute between the two countries. There may be some differences in perceptions. For instance, on Yemen, perhaps there may be. We have not made it public, but there have been differences on perception. But at the same time, both the countries have stood by each other at the international forum, whether it is UN, whether it is IAEA, whether it is ECO or now SCO. I vividly recall in 2008 when vote was conducted in IAEA, and we were under tremendous pressure from the West and the Americans to vote against Iran. We sided with Iran as far as Iran's right to have access for peaceful nuclear technology. India voted against because they had enjoyed the American support and they had started getting the nuclear cooperation. So both the countries have stood by each other. So that is a source of solace and source of comfort for us. There was Iran-Turkey tension, but luckily with the Chinese mediation, there's a lot of comfort as far as the two countries are concerned, and it has also lessened the pressure on Pakistan. Pakistan was under pressure to send troops, but at the same time, sanity prevailed that for Pakistan, and it was again a point to ponder that even if we have had internal squabbles and problems, but when it came to Islamic countries, the policy decision was that we will not interfere in any dispute in which the two Muslim countries are involved. And I think that paid the dividend, and which is why that now even Saudis realized and Iranians realized that our policy was correct. Let's now go to China. I think this is a game changer after the signing of the CPEC. We have completed the first phase of the CPEC. The second phase is about industrialization. Here, there are shortcomings in Pakistan. We cannot match the demand as far as technical know-how is concerned, and for which you have to train your people, and those are being trained. And this is not something unusual when you enter into modern technology, whether it is IT or whether it is biotechnology or whether it is high tech. It takes time, it takes a while, but at least you have laid the foundations. And this is the, you can say, a source of solace for everyone, whether we have political stability or not. But when you have the know-how, you develop. You develop. Yes, I can, on a lighter side, say that we are in the habit of flying the plane while building it. So, and we build the plane while flying it. That has been the hallmark in our case. But at the same time, with this attitude, we became a nuclear power because that was the foremost in our minds as far as Pakistan's security was concerned. That was attained. So the rest of the issues, whether it is economy, that can be achieved. Yes, one thing I should underline here, and that is rule of law. That is a must. And you have to do something to address the problem of elite capture. That is also very important. I will only touch upon, as far as the internal aspect is concerned, number one, rule of law. And through that, you can address the problems of elite capture. I'll stop here, and then I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Asif Durrani, Pakistan Special Representative on Afghanistan, for those very informed and analytical views. Our next speaker is Mr. Shahid Khaqan Abbasi, former Prime Minister of Pakistan, and he will speak on the major challenges that are facing Pakistan. Shahid Sahab.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm grateful to the IPRI for this opportunity. Ambassador Durrani has given you a detailed overview of our relationships with our neighbors. And the issue with neighbors is that you really don't have a choice. Allah has put them there and they will stay there. So you need to work with them. Our neighborhood is, if you just take the neighbors, the immediate neighbors and that we have, it's almost half the world. And if you just take three of the countries, Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh, it's a quarter of the world. And we're tied together with the history. So we need to work with our neighbors. That's the bottom line. I have no expertise in the matter, but I held a position where these issues came up on a daily basis. And I would also say that if you lived in a neighborhood where you had Pakistan and Iran and Afghanistan and China and India, who would you worry about the most? And I think that will give you an answer of where things should head. I think Pakistan needs to introspect. Why do our neighbors perceive threats from us? And how we can mitigate those threats? How we can make them feel more comfortable, and hopefully that will reduce their threats to us. So I think that's where we have been lacking. We need to work with our neighbors and find solutions. Peace with neighbors is a given. There's no two views about it. But I would only touch upon three things that are needed and can be easily achieved. Number one is trade. We almost have, except China, almost no formal trade with our neighbors. With Iran, we have some, but with the other two, Afghanistan and India, we almost have no formal trade. And I may not be wrong in saying that both these countries, Afghanistan and India, probably figure in our top 10 trade partners, all through informal channels or third parties. So we need to work on increasing trade. With the due respect to Ambassador Durrani's alma mater, diplomacy today is about trade. What do you want to buy from me? What do you want to sell from me? That is diplomacy in today's world. I think we are seriously lacking there and very seriously lacking with our neighbors. That's one thing we have to fix. The other thing is connectivity. Connectivity has all sorts of meanings, also all sorts of facets. If you just look at Pakistan, we have no trucking from the rest of the world. And India also has no trucking from the West. This is 1.8 billion people. You want to get something from Turkey or beyond, the only way is through shipping. You do across half the world and get back to Pakistan or India or Bangladesh. So literally, East Asia has no trucking because of the situation that exists here. I think we need to fix that. And also, we have no trucking going west from all these countries. Who is suffering, who is not suffering? At the end of the day, the consumer is suffering, and the perception between the countries also suffers, and we perceive threats from each other. We are part of the BRI. Now, the BRI is an initiative to go west. So, it's part of connectivity. But if we have 1.67 billion of neighbors sitting to the east with no connectivity to us, BRI will have its own issues. And now you see the new initiative in the G20, where you have this IMEEC, I think it's called, which excludes Pakistan. So it's also initiative to the west, economic corridor to the west, but excluding Pakistan. So these are issues that we really need to look at. How to improve road travel, how to improve trucking, how to improve gas, all these things that matter to all countries. We could not do the Iran-Pakistan-India pipeline, we could not do TAPI, we have almost no access to Central Asia. So all these things need to be fixed. The third thing is the environment. Pakistan is as a global citizen, is a fairly responsible citizen. Almost half our power that we generate, or more than half our power that we generate, is from green sources. There's very few countries today that can say that. But the pollution levels in both Pakistan and India have risen drastically in the last few years. You look at the numbers every day, the air pollution index in at least three cities, normally 5 cities in these two countries are in the top 10 in the world. They generally occupy the top three out of 5 positions in the world. If the air quality index is that bad, you can only imagine what the water quality and the other environmental issues will be. And these affect the world. This is not limited to us. Whatever we do here or don't do here affects the whole world. So we need to collaborate on that. We had a cyclone, I think, in the earlier part of this year. And I asked some people, are you talking to the Indians? What is their data? What are they looking at? We did not talk to each other. So we had a threat common to both countries, a very serious threat. But we were not sharing data, we were not talking to each other, we were not sharing analysis. These things are critical. So the environment is an issue that we all need to collaborate on and work on together. It's becoming a serious threat. I know a bit about the aviation world, and the harshest conditions for aircraft in the world are in India and Pakistan. The engines, which are indicator of those conditions, last less than 30% of the period that they last in Europe. So when people talk of PIA's issues, one of the bigger issues is that the engines don't last. If an engine in Europe lasts 20,000 hours, it lasts only 6,000-7,000 hours in Pakistan. These are serious indicators. So these three fixes are easy fixes. Ambassador Durrani has given you detail on the differences between us, what are the issues, and we have our own views on that, we have our own stands on that, there are UN resolutions. We'll continue to work toward resolution of the Kashmir issue. But in the meantime, I think these are issues which are common to humanity, which are common to the well-being of our people. We need to work on them. On the internal side, you can spend a whole day on it and you won't even get near the, near the issue. And we have at least 230 million experts in Pakistan on the issue. So I really don't want to elaborate. Fahd Saab said a few things in the beginning and I totally disagree with him. The only thing that I agree on is item number 4, that we are not doing what we should be doing. The rest of it, do we know what the issues are? I don't think so. Do we have the solutions? I don't think so. So we need to work on this. We need to fix our house. If you're weak, you're weak. That's the reality of life. That's the lessons of history. What is happening in Gaza today? It's a language of power. They don't care. It's knowledge-based, technology-based power that speaks there. The genocide is being committed and the world is silent. We're all silent. Has anybody broken relations with Israel? Has anybody condemned the people for supporting Israel? The people are condemning them, but no government has spoken up. So Pakistan needs, if it wants a voice, it needs to fix its house, its internal issues. The external is linked to the internal. Yes, we have a nuclear capability. We have demonstrated conventional capability. The last time somebody attacked us 52 years back. But if we are weak internally, we will have issues in the region and internally also. So we have the conventional answers, conventional wisdom, the rule of law should be there, we should work together and all that. But look at history, 76 years of history. We've tried every system in the world. Absolute power, the presidential system, parliamentary system, hybrid, non-hybrid. I don't know what else we've done, but every system has been tried and tested here and we failed. Maybe it's time to try the constitution. Give it one chance. Maybe it works. Because if you don't have a system of governance that works, if you don't have democracy, things will not improve. That is very, very basic. We need to understand that. Pakistan's basic need is democracy. And the first step in democracy is a free and fair elections. Look back to 1947. Have we had free and fair elections? That's the basic answer here. Are we able to do that? If you're not able to do that, it'll be very difficult. We have elections coming up. I don't think they will give a solution to anything. Because before the elections, we need to sit down and chart the way forward. We need to define the relationships between the different stakeholders. If they remain undefined, if they remain ambiguous, if they are in the gray area of the Constitution or in blatant violation of the Constitution, things will not work. We cannot muddle through now. We cannot tinker with the system. If there's something wrong with the Constitution, let's sit down and fix it. But there must be a document, there must be a contract which defines these relationships. Otherwise, you cannot move forward. The solutions to issues is not to put the so-called right person there. It never works. You need to have a system of governance. Look at the judicial system. Look at the relationships. Look at the parliamentary system. It's a it's a series of failures. And Pakistan today needs a massive reform in governance. The systems of government have totally failed. We cannot tinker with them. We have to change them. We need to use technology. We need to use systems to replace the failures in what is happening in Pakistan today. I can spend the whole day giving you examples of what is happening or not happening, but that's not the purpose to be here. There's also the issue on the basic reflection of the failure of any systems of governance is the economy. It's very evident that the economy is in bad shape. So we go to the time-old question: does democracy come first or does the economy come first? The answers to me are obvious. Democracy has to come first. Otherwise, you don't have a sustainable economic system. You may be able to achieve partial successes or successes for some time. But to have a sustainable economic system, you must have a system of governance in the country, you must have democracy in the country. Otherwise, it will not be sustainable. So, does the economy come first or does politics come first? Politics has to come first. You have to fix the political system. We have to be responsible citizens. We all talk about democracy and we all talk of politics. There's one responsibility of a citizen. He has a lot of privileges, a lot of rights. There's one basic responsibility. You have to pay taxes. Almost the whole of Pakistan thinks that paying taxes is not a bad thing. They do not believe it's an obligation. They do not believe it's a law. And we have provided them with that opportunity by making people non-filers. So if you don't believe in Pakistan's tax laws, you can become a non-filer and pay a few more rupees when you buy something. These systems are not sustainable. Why haven't we fixed them? 200 and some odd countries in the world. One country licenses automatic weapons. Afghanistan does not, Lebanon does not. Pakistan. Automatic weapons for citizens is only Pakistan. So there's a long list of issues that one can talk about. But these can only be fixed through an inclusive system of governance, not through exclusive system. Whenever you exclude a party, a person, or whatever, you always end up with problems. We've seen that in our own history. It's time to learn. So we need to have an inclusive solution to our political problems today. And only when the political problems are resolved, when we see a solution, will you have a solution to the economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shahid Saab. We need to fix our politics. That's his main point, and I think that's a correct point. The question is, how do we fix it? And if it is not being fixed, then can we fix the economy? And that's where Dr. Miftah Ismail comes in, former Finance Minister of Pakistan.
Thank you, IPRI and General Raza and Brigadier Janjua for inviting me. I have a presentation here, if somebody can just start the presentation. I'm going to concentrate just on the economic challenges that we are facing, and then in the last two slides, I will talk about some short-term and some very, very important long-term solutions. So it's a little change of tack. And again, I would submit that, unlike what Fahad said, I think that there are some serious confusions within our economic policy makers about how to take the country forward. and that if you look at the agendas of the political parties today, it's not clear to me that they're aware of the gravity of the situation, nor are they aware of how to go about this. So I'm going to talk about some serious economic challenges that we are being faced right now. It's not, okay. So this tells you the budget deficits in Pakistan from 2008 onwards, 2005 onwards. And these are in nominal numbers. I'll show you in a minute in the percentage of GDP as well, which is the more relevant slide. The two lines, one shows the consolidated Pakistani deficit, the other shows the federal government deficit. And there's a reason why I've done that. The one line which shows the consolidated deficit, the red line, it takes the federal government's deficit and also counts the surpluses left by the provinces. So when we give you a number which is the consolidated budget deficit, we also add surpluses that the provinces have. Because we give a lot of money to the provinces are sometimes not able to spend all of it, and so they end up with a small surplus. And the federal government obviously has a very large deficit. So we have these huge deficits now. And if you can see that from 2011 onwards, these deficits have increased a little bit more and a little faster. And that's 2010 is when you had that 7th NFC award. And that's when you started giving money to the provinces, more money to the provinces. And so now you end up giving about, and this is in percentage of GDP. In some years, in 2013 to 17, we actually were able to control the deficit a little bit because you doubled the taxation. But after that, we've not been able to hold this back. And I can assure you that as if you look at here, that as days goes by, as years go by, unless we change these award formulas or do some very drastic changes to the taxation systems, our deficits are going to continue to go up. And the slope at which it is going up, it's really very difficult to keep track. So this is, again, as a percentage of GDP. And again, this year, we will have crossed about 8,000 billion, which is almost 8% of GDP. So it's again gone up quite a bit. This is the problem then, which is that the total, it shows the deficit. This is from last year. This shows the deficit. Then it shows the primary deficit, which is the deficit without counting any interest that we've paid. Then we see our gross revenue, which is the total tax that the FBR collected. And then from there, we deduct the provincial share, and then we are left with something called net revenue. Now, if you look at net revenue and debt servicing, you're actually paying more debt servicing. The red number is bigger than the green number, which means that to service the debt, even last year, to service the debt, we had to borrow more money. This is the definition of a debt trap. So now you have to borrow money just to service the debt. You can't even with the taxes that you collect, you cannot even service the debt. And that you cannot even service the local debt, let alone the foreign debt. And again, you see that foreign debt component is not very high, about $3.5–4 billion, which is about 7 and some odd billion rupees. But the domestic debt is about 5,000 billion rupees. And we are not able to service this debt. Even last year, we had to borrow money just to service our debt. And that means that as years go by and you keep borrowing money to service your debt just keeps going up. And at one point, it will start going exponentially. And this is the reason why nobody is willing to lend to government of Pakistan. We've actually exhausted all the sources. So when you go to the IMF, which is a lender of last resort, and no country can develop by going to IMF. You can't have a growth policy when you're at the IMF. You must have, and necessarily so, a contractionary policy. You must have a consolidating policy when you go to the IMF because you're doing a lot of things wrong. And when you go to the IMF and you have to try to consolidate your fiscal and monetary situation, and you have to go to a lender of last resort, which means that nobody's willing to lend you money, not even local bankers. Even local banks are now, it is very difficult. The risk premium that the local banks charge has increasing all the time. because the local banks are also not really happy to lend you money. I just wanted to show you this NFC award just to, some of you obviously I'm sure know about this, but just to remind you that 57.5% of federal taxations goes to the provinces. In addition, 1% goes to KP for war on terror. Then of the 57% money that goes to the provinces, 0.67% additional monies goes to Sindh for in 1992 decision to do away with octroi. Plus we fund for Azad Kashmir, which is not part of the NFC award. Plus we fund Gilgit-Baltistan, which has no tax. And neither does Azad Kashmir collect any tax. This is all coming from the federal government. Then we fund ICT, Islamabad Capital Territory. Either they sell some land or we actually pay them money. They are also not part of the NFC. I don't know why. And then once the FATA merger happened, and even before the FATA merger happened, we fund FATA separately. Although you would think that, the FATA's population should have been added to the, KP population, and that higher population should give them more money from that provincial pool, but we have to fund that separately. And when you get free money, you spend it. Anybody who has sons and, kids know that when you give them money to children, they will spend every last money that you give them. Similarly, when we give free money to the provinces and to all these jurisdictions, nobody likes to raise taxes, so they don't raise any taxes. So it turns out that they just spend money. In the beginning of in 2011-12, there was a big difference between the red line and the blue line because they had some provincial surpluses because they didn't know where to spend, but people figure out a way to spend money. Azad Kashmir, Gilgit-Baltistan, for instance, collect no tax. Punjab, Sindh collect less property tax than Pune, a city in India. I mean, Punjab collects less tax than that, property tax. From 2018, when the FATA merger happened, I was the finance minister, and then when I became finance minister for a brief while in 2022, the FATA employment had gone up from 34,000 to 85,000. They had hired 51,000 people in FATA in the 3 years that the PTI government was there, and the federal government was paying for it. If somebody else is paying for it, it's good to give jobs. So this is what happens. Then I want to tell you that even if let me just go to the last point. The federal government then spends money on things that the provinces should be doing, like Benazir Income Support Program. Wonderful program, but it's not something that the federal government should be doing. It's the province's job to do it. We subsidize gas to fertilizer companies, but agriculture is not a ministry that the federal government has. And what happened after the 18th Amendment, you devolved a lot of power, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But then you didn't cut down the federal government accordingly. Not that it would have mattered much, but you could have, there is now, for instance, we've devolved the agriculture ministry to the provinces. We're not even supposed to keep an agriculture ministry, but we just changed the name to food security. And the food security ministry now gives, all these things, so that you end up giving so many billions and billions of rupees to subsidies to gas, which is a provincial job. Similarly, BISP, similarly, many other programs. And if you look at PSDP, Public Sector Development Fund, I understand that there are bridges, interprovincial dams, power stations that maybe you should be doing. But we are doing small roads and sewage systems in neighborhoods as part of PSDP. We have no business doing that. The federal government has no business doing this. But this is the second last point, is the point that I want to tell you about. We have 10% of GDP tax collection, approximately. Tax to GDP ratio in Pakistan is 10%, which is very, very low, which it should be around 14-15%. But suppose we were to double. We were to double and go from 10% to 20%. Will we be able to balance our budget? The answer is no. Under no circumstances can we imagine doubling the budget. But even if we had doubled our tax revenues next year, if we had gone from 8,000 to 16,000, would we have then be able to balance the budget? The answer is no. Because of that additional 8,000, again, you would have given 5,000 to the provinces. They would have spent it, and you only got 3,000. Your deficit is more than 6,000. You have to almost triple. You have to almost triple your budget, your revenues, which is to say, take the tax to GDP ratio at 30%, which is more than many European countries, to try and balance the budget. That's impossible. So we have to look at the structure of the budget, and we have to refigure the taxation system. What's happening is that we are not taxing, for instance, property adequately. So you have these mansions in Margalla Road and all these places in Karachi, in Lahore, and there are very little taxes on this. In Punjab, for instance, bigger houses pay less tax, and even the proportion, than smaller houses do. Agriculture is a tax area of the provinces. Again, since the provinces have no need to tax either property or agriculture, they don't. 50% of our economy is the service sector. We don't tax services. I tried to put a 3,000 rupee per month tax on shopkeepers. There was a big hue and cry. Well, I mean, think of this store, any store, anywhere in Pakistan. The road is built by the government. When you drive your car to the store, that road is paid for by us. The street lights are paid for by us. So the government is doing all of those things. Why is the shopkeeper not paying his due share? I mean, these things don't come for free. Security doesn't come for free. The road doesn't come for free. Street lights don't come for free. So the shopkeeper, if we had built no road, if we had put no street lights, there would be no business for that shopkeeper. So he has to pay us this tax. So how can you not pay tax? What Shahid Saab talked about, that we've actually made it easy so that there is a category called non-filers. So, basically you're saying that fine, you can break our law, you can be non-taxpayer, just pay 10,000 rupee extra when you buy a car. One of the things when he was Prime Minister and I was Finance Minister, we did, was we said you cannot buy a home or a car if you're a non-filer. And in 3 years, you put enough restrictions, and then you finish off this category of non-filers, that every Pakistani has to be a filer. Even if it's a 5 rupee note, you have to be a filer. This is part of citizenship. But unless you do this, unless you raise revenues, and the entire logic of subsidiarity or federation is that you give powers to provinces and localities, but you also give them authority to tax and responsibility to tax. You don't give them free money like we've done. We also ask them that you raise your own taxes. Fine. Sindh, Punjab, KP, NWFP, or Balochistan can have their own authorities to, if they want to build roads, if they want to build schools, that's fine. But then raise your own revenues. The government should be giving money to districts and divisions like Awara and Thar, which are very poverty stricken. But to give monies to Lahore and Karachi makes no sense. Federal government should, okay, fine, equalize this from the income tax that we collect. We equalize the incomes and some sort of, possibilities of, government's ability to do stuff. So we give those poor district governments some money. But right now we are funding everything, and there is no responsibility. You can't even ask them a question, so you give them 4,000 billion rupees and you don't even ask them a question what you do with this money. So that's something that we need to rethink. Because nobody's willing to, so from this slide, coming back, that because we have this situation where we have to borrow money just to pay our debt, nobody's willing to lend us money. So we end up with this graph, which is a graph for money supply. This is, demand deposits and the currency notes in the economy. And if you can see, I can't, the change between 2010 and 2014 was 3.85 trillion rupees. That is the increase in money supply in those 4 years. The increase in money supply between 14 and 18 was 5.5 trillion rupees. And the increase in money supply from 18 to 22 has been 10 trillion rupees. So, you can see that the money supply is going up faster. And again, you can see that the slope of this curve has changed. It was a, reasonably low sloping curve. And now it's become quite a high slope. If you print more money in the system, things will become more expensive. I give the examples of an economy with 3 candies and 3 people having 100 rupees each. And so the price of a candy would be, sorry. So the price of a candy, inshallah, will be 100 rupees. Now, all of a sudden, if you give so this is the total production in the economy is just 3 candies. The total money supply in the economy is 300 rupees, 3 guys having 100 rupees each. Now, all of a sudden, if the government decides that it is going to give 200 rupees each to these guys, the equilibrium price of the candy will become 200 rupees, right? Now, assume that the dollar price of candy is $1. So in the beginning, in the first stage of the economy, where the price of candy in Pakistan was 100 rupees, the dollar price would be also 100, because at that point you can trade, right? 100 rupees is equal to $1. A candy is outside for $1, so you can buy or sell a candy with the international market. Now, when the price of candy becomes 200 rupees, what would be the price of dollar now? The dollar price would also become 200 rupees, because now you can only trade at 200 rupees to $1 with the rest of the world. So this is what has happened in Pakistan. There is no magic, and you can't really blame Afghan trade and Iran trade and this and that. Sure, of course, you can. I mean, the smuggling of stuff from Afghanistan or Iran has an impact on the hundi market. By the way, there is only one market for Pakistani rupee, whether it's Hawala, hundi, interbank, curb. There's one market. Even if you buy and sell Pakistani rupees in Bangkok, it's the same market. So. And if you stop all the Afghan transit trade coming into Pakistan, then that demand will shift to our customs and ports. So the demand for rupee will eventually be the same. Demand for dollars will be the same. The point is that when you print more money, your currency will devalue. Your currency has less value. Simple as that. I mean, so we can do all of those, stuff, but that is the reality of economics. This is just forget the math, but I just wanted to show you the last part. But the reason I was showing you that there is a when you take a macroeconomics course, in the first week they teach you this national income account, which is a very basic thing. Again, nobody understands this in Pakistan, but you need to spend 1 week in a macroeconomic course. That's it, first week, and then you will know this. But what it shows is that the current account deficit is equal to budget deficit plus net investments. Okay, or which means that if you have a high budget deficit, you will always have a high current account deficit. In Pakistan, because investments and savings are equal, so the last item, net investment, is 0, let's say. So budget deficit is equal to current account deficit. The higher budget deficit you will have, the higher current account deficit you will always have. There is no denying that. This is an accounting identity. It's a very simple identity. Think about it this way. When the government runs a budget deficit, what can it do? I mean, we've already talked about the fact that money supply printing is meaningless, because you just print money and make inflation and you tax the poor. That's what that means, And inflation hurts poor people worse because people have no assets. If you are rich, elites, as Ambassador talked about this, you have these big assets, your assets also increase. But, you have sticky wages and stuff like that. So with inflation, poor people get hurt the worst. When you have a budget deficit, which means that the government's taxation is less than the government's expenditures. The government needs to go and borrow money. Where does it borrow money from? Where do banks get money from? Banks have one source, depositors' money. And there are two claimants on depositors' money. One is private investments. I will go to the bank and say, I need money to set up a factory. Or the government will come, and sell PIB bonds, and the government will borrow money to finance its expenses. So all the money, budget deficit, can be only financed either by local excess savings, which we have none, or with foreigner savings. What is foreigner savings? Foreigner savings is basically your import minus exports. How is it working? Just to give you an example, when the Chinese people decide to save money and buy a power plant and put it in Pakistan, that's their savings. And now when they get yearly, capacity charges and all that, that's their profit going from their savings. So that was basically, imports is basically foreigner savings giving to you. So every time you have a higher budget deficit, you will have a higher current account deficit, which means that the higher budget deficits you have, you will make our exports less productive. And when you make exports less productive, then this happens. Okay, this. So in 1992, Pakistan's share of the world trade was 2%. 0.2%, sorry. Pakistan's share of the world trade was 0.2%. Today, Pakistan's share of the world trade is 0.13%. Okay. So our share of the world trade is actually going down, and world trade is expanding exponentially very fast, but our share is going down. In 2006, Pakistan's exports were about $16.5 billion, and Vietnam's were about $39 billion. About 2.5 times Pakistan. In 2023, Pakistan's export is $27 billion. Look at Vietnam's export, $371 billion. $68 billion of exports from Vietnam is just Samsung phones. Just one company, Samsung, exports phones from Vietnam worth of $68 billion. Now, the question we have to ask ourselves, all of us sitting here have to ask ourselves, because we do have, some of us in the past and some of us currently sit on tables where decisions about Pakistan are made. Why is it that the Samsung did not invest in Pakistan? Why did they invest in Vietnam? Why does no foreign company that wants to sell to the world invest in Pakistan? That is the question we need to ask ourselves. So we are not able to export because we keep currency overvalued from time to time. We do a lot of other stuff, but because we run such huge budget deficits, we make our economy uncompetitive, and we make our economy expensive, and so we are not able to export. So this, to me, is the biggest challenge Pakistan has right now, which is our budget deficits. And unless and until we cure our budget deficits, nothing will improve. If you want to reduce inflation, cut down your budget deficits, reduce the bank borrowing that the government does, because much of the government's borrowing is coming from private sector banks, and private sector getting money from state bank printing money. So unless and until you stop printing money, which can only happen right now when you borrow less money, which can only happen when you reduce your deficits, unless budget deficits are reduced, nothing else happens. And to reduce budget deficits, you have to increase taxes and change the NFC award. So that's the big problem. The other two short-term problems that I see right now in Pakistan are food security and energy security. Food security, I'll just say that, for instance, we import $4 billion worth of edible oil from Indonesia, mostly in Malaysia. And this is a country which can, which is an agriculture country, 36,000 kilometers of, irrigation canals. The whole of Pakistan eats sarson ka saag and makai ki roti. There's a hybrid seed for sarson called canola. We don't grow canola. We don't grow enough mustard seeds in Pakistan. And some agriculture policy can do this. But what is the inefficiency in agriculture? The inefficiency in agriculture is that your wheat yield per hectare is 10-15% lower than India and 20-25% lower than China. So no matter what happens, your farmer will always be uncompetitive vis-a-vis India and China and all that, and you need to increase yields, whether it's through genetically modified cotton seeds, whether it's through better harvester, whatnot, but we need to improve our agriculture efficiency. Energy security, I think we produce enough electricity, perhaps too much. A poor country like Pakistan should perhaps have some load shedding because we have very cyclic demand. But the way to go about now with the energy reform is now to privatize. We have these discos and gencos, which really have no business in being in the government. And I think once we privatize, we will see improvement, and hopefully one day we will do. What are the long-term threats, I think, to Pakistan? Two things: population growth and poverty. If this census is true, and the last census was also true, then our population is growing by 3%. That means 75 lakh people, or 7.5 million new people, which means about 9 million new births, 9 million new babies every year. This means that from 5 years from now, you will have to have classrooms for about 9 million kids. If you have a classroom for 45 kids, you need 200,000 classrooms. You don't have the ability to do that. You need 200,000 teachers. You don't have the ability to do that. Unless and until, if you look at Pakistan's income, we are still in the South Asian, we are now lacking, we are behind India and Bangladesh, but we are still better than Sri Lanka. We are still better than Nepal. No, we are much worse than Sri Lanka. but we are still, income-wise, we are still in, in the South Asian neighborhood. But if you look at our human development indices, we are actually in the lower group of the sub-Saharan African countries. Our population growth now is the same as Congo's. An average Pakistani woman is twice as fertile as an average Bangladeshi woman and 3 times as much as an average Sri Lankan woman. So, I mean, we really need to control population. There is no way. Pakistan does not have the resources. We cannot educate these kids. And so then, it leads to poverty. You guys all know this, 42% of Pakistani kids are stunted. And stunted obviously means that your height is too low for your age. And an additional 17% kids in Pakistan are wasted, which means that your weight is too little for your height. Wasted means that in the last year you've not had enough food, so your height was going up, but you shrank. And stunted, of course, means that you've not had food in the entire life, so that your height did not grow. And when you're stunted, you're also mentally stunted. And as Dr. Zafar Mirza, who's just sitting here, wrote in a column in Dawn some time ago, and just so you know, I not only read, but I remember stuff from that. That 42% of Pakistani women of childbearing age have iron deficiency. And this is simply solved. Really, it's not that difficult to solve. If we had not PIA, we would have enough to actually solve this very easily. 1/4 of PIA will solve your, iron deficiency. The money that the PIA loses every quarter, about 15, 18 billion rupees, is enough to solve, your the iron deficiency in women of childbearing age. 42% women in Pakistan have iron deficiency. And so they have children with low birth weight and who then go on to become stunted. So these are, but these are not difficult things to do. But the problem is that our governance structure is completely failed. We can talk about rule of law, it doesn't exist in writ of the state, doesn't exist where it should. There is no sense in our governance of delivering services to the people. We've took in the 18th Amendment really monopolistic power from the Islamabad and given to the 4 provinces. And now these 4 provincial capitals have become hegemonies. Makes no sense that bureaucrats sitting in Lahore should be controlling schools from Attak to Rahim Yar Khan, or bureaucrats sitting in Karachi should be deciding everything about schools, roads, hospitals from Gotki to Karachi. We have to devolve, and we have to start from the basics. And starting from the basics means first you make sure that your local government is working well, then you make sure your provincial government is making sure, and then finally your federal government, you make sure. And every level of government needs to raise its own taxes. Federal government alone, you can say what you want about FBR, but the FBR is the only agency that raises money. Nobody else does. And so everybody now just gets money from FBR. Why are the provinces not raising taxes? Because you're giving them too much money. And so I think that we need to have fundamental changes in our governance, and these 2 long-term problems we must address, because otherwise, think about it this way. We will not become rich one day and make poor people in Pakistan rich. We will only become rich if poor people in Pakistan become rich. And so we have to concentrate on eradication of poverty, of schooling our children. There are millions and millions of Pakistani kids, who are out of school. We have to educate all of these children. And so we will then utilize the talent we have. But we only educate the very top kids, the very richest kids. We don't educate everybody else. So these 2 things are the long-term issues in Pakistan, that no matter what happens to India, no matter what happens to Afghanistan, no matter what happens to Iran, these 2 problems are enough to, destroy Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Muftah Ismail, for listing out all the key issues, problems, reforms that need to be done and still are not being done. That is the bigger issue. Our next speaker is Dr. Daniel Markey, who's a senior advisor, U.S. Institute of Peace, and he is joining us online from the U.S. Dr. Markey.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Okay. just wanted to check. I wanted also to thank the organizers for this meeting. I wish I could have joined all of you in person. I apologize to all who are assembled, especially the other panelists, for not being able to come. And I do hope to get to Pakistan before too long. I've been asked to address the question of regional security challenges to Pakistan from an international perspective. And I'm afraid I can't really offer an international perspective, but I am sitting in or near Washington, D.C., so I'll do my best to give an outside or external American perspective. Let me identify three broad regional security challenges that I would prioritize, and I think that Pakistan is prioritizing or should, plus one more. The first of these I would begin with is the problem of Afghanistan, and in particular, the problem of the Pakistani Taliban, or TTP. Clearly, I think this rates as a top regional security challenge. The TTP in particular is a problem for Pakistan. My good colleague at the U.S. Institute of Peace, Asfandyar Mir, has observed that Taliban ties with the TTP are the principal challenge to peace and security in the region. And as he's noted on a recent piece in the USIP website, he says the TTP appears to be moving most aggressively, building up its organization and expanding. So this is a bad problem that is getting worse. Now, from my perspective, this appears to be, at least in relative terms, a manageable security threat for the Pakistani military and security services, at least relative to the scale of the threat that was posed by militancy and terrorism to Pakistan 10 or 15 years ago. But this threat comes at a time when Pakistan faces many other challenges, some of which have been identified by prior panelists today, especially economic challenges as well as political and governance challenges. So Pakistan finds itself in a tough bind having to deal with this problem. Now, the TTP is I think, the main bone of contention between Islamabad and Kabul right now. And it is presumably the reason that Pakistan has chosen recently to follow a path of expelling hundreds of thousands of Afghan refugees from Pakistan. And I imagine, or I believe the logic of this relates either to an effort to place pressure on the Taliban regime in Kabul to change its policies, and in particular to clamp down on the activities of the TTP, so to use the expulsion of Afghan refugees as leverage, or it's simply an attempt to better police or close the border to crossings of fighters and weapons, and thereby limit the threat posed by the TTP. Now, in either case, it's clear that Pakistan has found relations with Afghanistan much harder to manage than perhaps anyone in Islamabad anticipated in August 2021, when the United States withdrew its military and the Taliban surged into Kabul. Now, getting to the international perspective, not surprisingly, at least here in Washington, D.C., there is simultaneously an unsympathetic perspective, but also deep concern about what is happening. The unsympathetic perspective comes from the 2 decades during which the United States attempted to convince partners in Pakistan on the need to see all of the region's militant groups as dangerous, including the Afghan Taliban, which has now come to rule in Kabul. But of course, success on that and many other things in Afghanistan was incredibly limited. So we're unsympathetic, but we're also concerned because ultimately Pakistan's peace and stability is in the US interest for both strategic reasons and humanitarian reasons. And the United States has no desire to see the TTP gain any ground inside of Pakistan. Now, because of this concern, one should see that combating the TTP as well as other international terrorist groups, especially Al-Qaeda or its remnants inside of Afghanistan and ISIS-K, could be a key feature in US-Pakistan cooperation going forward. Now, we, that is Washington and Islamabad, may not agree on how we got to this point. We may have different perspectives on blame and responsibility, but we do at least see certain threats like these in common. And so where intelligence sharing to target these threats would help, it should be done. But this is, we should remind ourselves, a relatively narrow basis for bilateral cooperation, in part because of, as I've described, this persistent lack of sympathy or frustration, especially on the US side, but perhaps mutually, and the failures of past efforts at more ambitious bilateral cooperation and efforts to tackle extremism inside of Pakistan make us somewhat unconvinced that this will work especially well. Okay, second regional security challenge will come as no surprise to your audience, I'm sure, identified by Pakistan would be India. Now, this spring, a ceasefire with India along the line of control will, I hope, enter a third year. And still, it is obvious that Pakistan sees India as a threatening neighbor, and in particular sees the Modi government as especially hostile. Now, some analysts, including some analysts in India, are especially worried that the lead up to India's national elections this coming spring could present political incentives for Prime Minister Modi to actually pick a new fight with Pakistan, again, for domestic political reasons. And I cannot rule out this contingency. In fact, back here in Washington, as well as I think in other capitals around the world, there is some concern that India and Pakistan actually learned very dangerous lessons from their last crisis in 2019. Above all, they seem to have assumed, or seem to assume now, that a similar kind of dust-up would be fairly easy to control. Now, our assessment, certainly at USIP, and I think in Washington generally, is quite different. We tend to see that a new crisis could escalate in an unanticipated and possibly very dangerous way. Now, these are all reasons for concern, but there also is room for optimism in Pakistan's relationship with India. There are good reasons, at least 3 of them, to believe that India would prefer a stable, if not entirely peaceful, relationship with Pakistan. Now, the first of these is pragmatism. India is right now facing a significant different security threat, and that is from China along the line of actual control. And of course, as we saw in 2020, the Galwan incident between India and China has actually led India to shift significant forces, a strike corps, away from the Pakistan front to the China front. And so keeping peace with Pakistan actually serves a different strategic purpose for India. Secondly, the Indian government under Modi has made major efforts to position itself as a rising global power, not a power locked in a legacy regional conflict with its neighbor, but as the Prime Minister describes, as a Vishwaguru, poised to demonstrate leadership and to bridge divides between East and West or between North and South. And so what we see India devoting a lot of attention to is, at least diplomatic attention, is to playing a founding role in an expanding BRICS group, to hosting the G20, to making new diplomatic investments in the Quad or the I2U2 or other mini-laterals, all of which are efforts that look past and beyond its dispute with Pakistan. So it is otherwise engaged and has different ambitions. And a third reason is that, of course, coming back to a point I made earlier, India has adhered to the ceasefire as well, by and large. And there may even be, according to some Indian diplomats, an appetite in India for further normalization of relations with Pakistan, most likely, though, after both sides have completed national elections. And that would be perhaps especially true if both sides bring back familiar faces used to working with one another who have attempted breakthroughs in the past. From a US perspective, there would be very strong support for this, obviously, for this continued ceasefire. But also, especially if India were to take a lead, there would be real enthusiasm in Washington for a diplomatic process, as there has been in the past, that would aim at normalizing relations between India and Pakistan. And I would say that that kind of process might be one of the best ways also to rekindle a greater interest in Washington for putting effort into improving ties with Pakistan as a part of a broader agenda aimed at regional stability and peace. Okay, a third challenge, China. Now, I expect from Islamabad's perspective, it will sound strange to hear China in the context of regional security challenge, because it's obvious that Pakistan and China now enjoy close relations, especially military ties. And here from Washington, we've been watching closely significant arms transfers, cooperative arrangements, and major military exercises, including most recently ones between Pakistan's Air Force and Navy and the Chinese Air Force and Navy. So in Pakistan, I expect all of these things are seen as smart moves to reinforce Pakistan's ability to deter and defend against adversaries like India, and to build capacity for joint operations with China's PLA. We also see close Pakistan-China commercial and economic relations, as well as important diplomatic alignment on a variety of regional and global issues. Now, Pakistan's ties to China then clearly bring important and immediate benefits, but also, and here's the reason why I place it in challenges, hold or bring some potential risks. As China-US and China-India relations have deteriorated sharply over the past several years, there are at least three risks that Pakistan should keep in mind. First, for well over a decade, I and others have warned of the likely costs that would be associated with what is sometimes described as emerging bloc politics in Southern Asia. And by that, we mean the potential that a US-India bloc would be increasingly aligned against a China-Pakistan bloc. And the concern is that as the US-China global rivalry and India-Pakistan regional hostilities still exist and may be getting worse, they may reinforce each other in terms of a bloc-based competition in a vicious cycle of regional and global competition and conflict. And we see one aspect of this, or one element of this, in what is sometimes described as a cascading security dilemma. Some international analysts, including here in Washington, believe that this security dilemma, a sense of insecurity on the part of each of the powers in the region with respect to its larger rival, leads it to invest in an ever larger nuclear arsenal and a greater number of diverse and more capable delivery systems. And in combination, when you have this cascading security dilemma on the nuclear side, what you see is, and you lack restraining diplomatic mechanisms of arms control or even risk reduction, the prospect of nuclear crises and even nuclear war in Southern Asia continue to go up. So that's quite worrisome. A second risk is that China-India tensions and border violence are raising India's overall sense of insecurity. And because India increasingly sees the China-Pakistan nexus as threatening a two-front war along its border, it's increasingly likely that a major conflict between India and China, not even one that Pakistan would have initiated or been involved in initially, could implicate Pakistan quite easily. And that, of course, is a risk to Pakistan. And then a third risk is that closer China-Pakistan military ties also threaten to attract unwanted, I think, from Pakistan's perspective, attention from US military planners who are themselves preparing for the possibility of a major conflict between the United States and China, for instance, over Taiwan. And the more that Chinese forces, for instance, have a physical presence inside of Pakistan, the more they could be targeted by the US military and intelligence community. So Pakistan, in all of this, must at least take seriously the implications both intentional and unintentional, positive and negative, of its closer alliance with China. Okay, so those are our regional security concerns. Let me just conclude by briefly observing that, at least from my perspective, the most significant threat to Pakistan is not from the outside. It's not from outside its borders. It actually relates to the points that previous panelists have just made. The threat does not come from Afghanistan, from India, or elsewhere. No, it comes from Pakistan's own political, economic, and security challenges within, domestically. These are more acute, more complicated, and I believe actually probably more difficult overall to manage. The greatest threats, these are the greatest threats to the people of Pakistan and to even the state of Pakistan and its institutions. And so when you think about it that way, I think from an outside perspective, a very wise diplomatic strategy for Pakistan would aim to first insulate the country from regional conflicts rather than implicating it further, to build goodwill with the widest possible array of international partners, including the United States, but including just about everyone else as much as possible, and to steer clear for Pakistan of the risks that I've identified that are associated with great power geopolitics in Pakistan's region. So let me leave it there. And again, my apologies for not joining in person. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you, Dr. Daniel Markey, for outlining the threats, and also I think your conclusion that the real threat to Pakistan is from the inside. And I think we should talk a bit more about that. Next and final speaker is Lieutenant General Amir Riaz, who's former Commander, Southern Command, as well as so he's also served as the Director General Military Operations of the Pakistan Army. Sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I just got up from my chair because everything has already been said, and then the monotony is going to set in when I speak. I just try to break the monotony and started to speak from here. A lot has been already covered, and it is really not easy to be the last speaker. But since IPRI gave me this opportunity, I will not like to just squander it, and I would like to thank IPRI for giving me this opportunity and come out with it. So a lot has been talked about already. I will first talk about the regional challenges that Pakistan faces. As you all know that the regional environment is influenced by the political discourse between the states in the region. It is also influenced by the internal situations within the states, and it is also impacted by the global environment that surrounds all this. So first, I'll just take a quick snapshot at the salience of the international environment and some of the internal issues which are affecting and producing and creating those challenges for Pakistan. The international order, as you all know, now very clear, even from Markey's discussion, it is in a great flux. It is chaotic, to say the least, and it is definitely transiting from the unipolar world to something else which could be multipolar within a larger bipolar construct. That's where it is moving, and this transition is taking place as we speak. And this is not an easy transition. It is going to impact everybody and anybody. Within that set, the first thing that is the China-US contestation. It is a reality. It is happening at the diplomatic level, at the political level, at the intelligence level, at the economic level, at the financial level, at the lawfare level, and also at the technological level. It is taking place in every which way you look at it, and it is impacting our region and Pakistan as well. And you just saw a little glimpse in in the previous speaker's talk. Then there is US-Russia rivalry. It is now manifested in a Russo-Ukraine war. There's a background to that war, and finally the war is taking place after a long time on the European continent, which has not only impacted the European continent, but also our region and other regions beyond us. Then there is a crisis upon crisis in the larger Middle East. It is not settling down. Starting from North Africa to Yemen, there are crises and which are also impacting upon our region. It is also impacting upon Pakistan, and I'll talk about it. Then there are lingering, unresolved issues between India and Pakistan. A lot has been talked about it. And being a realist, it is also coupled with the rise of the ultra-Hindu nationalism in Indian polity. And we have seen the glimpses of that in last about 5-10 years, how the relationship has deteriorated. And of course, this is also encouraged to a large extent by the newfound India-US alliance, and fundamentally it is in the context of the Great Power Game. Then we have an unsettled environment in Afghanistan. I will also talk about a little bit, and I'll be missing if I don't talk about the impact which will become a challenge for a lot of people, and that is the Israel-Gaza conflict, which has far-reaching consequences. Iran-Saudi detente, it's a great development. There are opportunities there also, and how do we take those opportunities? We need to talk about that as well. And then there is a vicious cycle of political instability in Pakistan. In all this, there is this unfortunate situation of political instability that we have. And then there is something very important which is impacting our daily lives, and that is the climate change in South Asia. It is global, but its effects are very significant in South Asia, particularly Pakistan. All this is giving rise for several challenges to Pakistan. I will try and briefly talk about each one of them as I understand them. And first is the strategic stability in the Indo-Pakistan equation. It is perilously poised. There is an attitude and approach of the ultra-Hindu nationalist government in India, with next elections approaching. They are around the corner. I think they're in spring next year. And there has been a tendency to use Pakistan as a ploy in the Indian elections. We don't have a political diplomatic discourse going with India at this point in time, which makes things further complicated. There is more militarized, muscular approach which Modi government is trying to exhibit. There are developments and acquisitions of high-tech weapons. Some of you would know this: hypersonic missiles, long-range cruise missiles, and air defense systems. This is also undermining the strategic stability in Indo-Pakistan equation. And it is all this is encouraged by their alliance, because technical coffers, the nuclear cooperation is all opened up from the West with India. And it is applying a full range of indirect strategy at the moment against the state of Pakistan. That includes terrorism, propaganda, information warfare. Then there is unsettled situation in Afghanistan that is posing a serious challenge, which means East, it is not connected. Great potential is still held back because of Indo-Pakistan strategic situation. Unsettled Afghanistan, there's an inability of the Afghan leadership presently, Afghan government, though there's a lot of peace, better than before. Corruption has reduced. They started to do well. But the issue is that this still remains an unrecognized government. It's an interim government. And to do business with an interim unrecognized government is always a difficult proposition. And their inability to control certain terrorist organizations, which I think Daniel also talked about, TTP and some BLA and others, which pose a heightened terrorist threat to Pakistan. The situation in Afghanistan is also affecting the westward connectivity, and hence a very good trade and economic opportunity is not materializing to its full advantage. Stability in Afghanistan becomes more important because, as I understand, the sanctions against Iran are going to peter out. They will not stand the ground in next couple of years. Because of the Iran-GCC relationship building, there are great opportunities which will come to the fore for Pakistan and for the region, provided there is a stable situation in Afghanistan. Then, not many people have talked about it, but it's a serious foreign policy challenge. It's a serious challenge for the political leadership that Pakistan is faced with. It's not really possible in the realistic world to completely disassociate from this great power contestation which is going on. China is a great strategic partner of Pakistan, and we have a multi-dimensional relationship with the US also. So the problem of binary choices is going to stay. This is a situation that political leadership and diplomats will have to navigate because it has a profound impact on Pakistan. Israel-Palestine issue. It has been mentioned several times during the discourse before me. There is a consistent failure on part of the West, particularly US, to resolve or convince Israel to resolve this issue on an acceptable two-state solution. Resultantly, a lot of things are happening, and recent failure by the United States to stop the massacre of Palestinians has created and generated a grief, hurt, and anger. It may not be displayed in the responses of the governments, but it is there in the people around the world, and particularly the Muslim people. So what is it going to do eventually? Unfortunately, it's going to find itself into the psychosocial, socio-political discourse at the people's level. And eventually it will pose a challenge in several ways to the governments. Internal challenges, a lot has been talked about it. To my manner of thinking, the most critical challenge is a destabilized political framework, which is generating cycles of political instability. Unless that larger political framework is corrected, we will continue to remain in this perpetuating political instability. We can talk about it till the cows come home, but we'll have to find, the haves of this country will have to find the solution to this, and a stable political framework will have to be arranged. That leads to the chaotic economic structure that Dr. Miftah Ismail was referring to. That leads to weakening of governance consistently, and that leads to weakening of state responses or whole of government or whole of nation responses to deal with political, economic, and violent internal threats. The last but not the least is the climate change. The problem is that Pakistan alone cannot deal with it. It has to be a regional approach within a global context. But at present, there is no serious conversation going on with our neighbors, particularly India, on this issue, although they're suffering from the same. We share the same climate. There's no sharing of data. There's no common research. There is no climate resilience measures that are commonly put in place. Somehow, we will have to find ways and means to start this conversation, because there's a serious challenge will continue to affect our lives, both in India and Pakistan and elsewhere. I thank you.
Thank you very much, General Amir Riaz. This brings us to the end of our presentations. Now we have time for Q&A. We have about, we'll take some extra time. So we have about 20 minutes. And I'd like to request you to keep your questions short, and also please address the person that you're asking the question to. And if you allow, maybe I'll just start off the Q&A by asking Dr. Miftah Ismail the first question, if you allow me. Dr. Samson, what's the good news?
So the first good news, of course, is what we happened last night, which was the new agreement with the IMF has been signed. And Pakistan's default risk has reduced considerably. I mean, when Pakistan's bond a few months back was selling for 59 cents on the dollar, the bond that is due on 24th April 24 is now, I mean, a couple of days ago was selling for 91 cents on the dollar. Today, I think it would probably be near par, 97, 96 cents on the dollar. So the international market actually, with people who invest money in Pakistan now think that the default risk is considerably less, at least till 2025. The good news is that we know, I mean, we should know what to do, and I think that we know what to do, which is not to give up on IMF and to continue with this. And I mean, frankly, I think that, we've messed things up so badly that we can't mess it up anymore. So from here, I think we can only go up. And I think that the fact that you have now IMF on your side, that's the best insurance against default you can have. And from now you can build. So there are, I mean, the stock market is now at an all-time high. It's doing really well. There is a positive sentiment. Inflation, though at 27% is very high, is now below 33%. And so hopefully by December, you will see some decrease in interest rates. So next year should probably be a little better than this year.
Thank you. We have Dr. Daniel Markey also with us, so you can also address questions to him. Let's take one from, yes, the gentleman there.
My question is that how interconnecting nature of internal and regional security challenges are posed to complex dilemmas of Pakistan and require the nuanced and multifaceted approaches address the issues ranging from terrorism and insurgency of geopolitical tension.
If you can identify yourself and please also.
I am a student of IR from Nawal.
And you're addressing the question to whom?
Sir Shahid Khagan Abbasi. And second question is about economy. Sir Miftah Ismail. Sir, when you are in government, and why you shouldn't take these steps for Pakistan economical betterment? Now you are saying that we should to take these steps. Secondly, sir, I think we are facing the financial crisis. You are facing more than us because your COCOMO is reduced 5 to 3.
I think Dr. David answered the first question. Our issues are from within. We have to resolve our internal crisis, and that will give you a protection against whatever comes from outside. So that's the bottom line. And again, the issue is politics or economy, both go together, but you have to fix the politics first. These are very, very basic. This is nothing new. The whole world has done it. So we need to recognize that.
There is no crisis with COCOMO, actually. We've reduced the biscuits, but the sales are actually doing very well. Thank you. Coming to why I was not able to do, I mean, the thing that I've talked about is to reduce budget deficits. So I did actually put a tax on for instance, shopkeepers. But the government didn't let me, but I did put a tax on shopkeepers. But there are certain things which I cannot do. I mean, we were the first ones that actually put a tax on property transfers. And we took on a lot of elites in doing that. But agricultural income we cannot tax because it's a provincial tax. So there are constitutional changes that you need to actually empower local governments, empower federal government to tax things that are not, federal government is not allowed to tax. And there is a lot of other stuff that you need to do. I was only a minister for 5 months. There is very little you can do in all of that, all of that in 5 months.
We'll take one from this side. Ji Aapsu.
My name is Masood Anwar.
Hello.
Sir, my name is Masood Anwar. I have spent 58 years in industry, and I have little specialty in sustainability of business operations. So Pakistan is also a failed business scenario where we have to take loans to pay back the interest. Well, sir, if you allow me, I have two questions. First one is the sustainability of democracy. The question is to Abbasi sir. Sir, why don't we listen to the 50% votes of the voters? 50% voters don't go to the polls. That's a direct indication they have no faith in the system. हर 5 साल के बाद मंडी लगती है, इलेक्टेबल्स की बोलियां लगती हैं, और जो आते हैं पॉलिटिशियन में वो पैसे बनाने के लिए आते हैं, बिकॉज पॉलिटिक्स इज बिग बिजनेस. सो इसके लिए सस्टेनेबल ऑप्शन यही है कि भाई सीरियसली गौर करें कि लोग वोट क्यों नहीं देते, और उसके लिए अगर हमें फ्रेंच मॉडल लाना है तो एक जो प्रेसिडेंट है वो सीईओ हो और जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर है सीईओ हो. They should be directly elected.
I think we've got the point, sir. Thank you. Let me
Sir,
ask Shahid Saab to respond,
Sir,
because sir, we have limited time, so it much
Very
appreciated if we
very
can
small comment,
allow
sir.
other people also.
Very small comment on my economy. Sustainability of economy. Sir, no business can succeed unless there is a continuation of fiscal policies. In India, fiscal policies continue. Here we are doing adhocism. Shahid Khan Abbasi sahab, you have been in the circle for 25 years.
If you could ask the question, sir, I'll be really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. The issue of the vote, in most democracies, the vote is below 50%. It's generally around 35%. Some countries have experimented with it. They've instituted fines if you don't vote, even prison sentences. Even then, the voting percentage did not increase. People just came to the polls and invalidated their votes. They did vote, but the vote was invalid. So 50% is a reasonable turnout for a country like Pakistan. In fact, if you ask me, it's a good turnout. So I think it's representative of the will of the people. So let us stay with that. Politicians are reflective of society. The good people, there are bad people. Except the people vote for them. So if you want to vote for a corrupt guy, I cannot stop you. That's unfortunately part of democracy. If you want to vote for somebody who does not deliver, I cannot stop you. You will suffer. But that's why I say you need fair elections. People will make a mistake once, they'll suffer, they'll probably repeat it a second time, less so, they'll still suffer. And the third or fourth time, you'll have a fair system which throws up the right leadership. On the question of the economy, in front of Ms. Mifta, I will answer it. Somebody sent me something today. He said in Pakistan, to run a business, you have to have a security firm, you have to have a legal firm to answer all the questions the FBR sends you, and you have to have a power plant. So, and then if you have time left, you do your own business. So that's the reality of the situation. The government has to get out of the life of business. They have to get out of the lives of people who do business. They cannot whenever you go into business in Pakistan, you get a large partner, which is called the government of Pakistan. And you don't even know to what level are they taxing you, or what are the institutions you're dealing with. I have also done business. Mr. Saab, 18 institutions show up at your doorstep when you do business in Pakistan, and you don't know what they're doing. So we need to finish this off. We unfortunately failed to finish this off. So those are the issues that are there. And then the whole NAB is a huge issue. If you have NAB, you cannot do business in Pakistan. Defaulting on a loan is a crime in Pakistan. You end up in jail. You can never ever do business again. So we need to fix. There's a lot of fixes needed here.
Okay, from this side, we'd like to prefer some gender balance. So if any women, I can't see from here.
Yeah, Miss Aisha.
Yes,
Khan.
yes, ma'am. Sorry.
My name is my name is Aisha Khan. I work in the climate space. I was going to ask a climate question, but after hearing Shahid Khakan Abbasi Saab, I changed my mind. You said if you have to put democracy and economy, you would put democracy first. And this is purely an academic question. I find it perplexing because every time a leader in Pakistan extols the economy of another country or wishes a desire to emulate, they choose to name countries where there is no democratic dispensation. And Mr. Miftah Ismail's example of Vietnam clinches that issue. So is it really democracy that we want, or is it any system that can deliver, strengthen our economy and give us resilience?
So, Ayub Khan had a biography, Friends Not Masters. It's actually written by Altaf Gor Sahab. And the first line has always stuck with me. It said, democracy is not suited to the genius of the people of Pakistan. So, take your whatever you want from that. My belief is that without democracy, Pakistan cannot survive. It cannot, the economy will not survive without that. Not having democracy is an existential threat. So we need to recognize that. And again, if you have, democracy is based upon fair elections. If you don't have fair elections, you will not have democracy. That's been our problem. We need to fix that. If we believe that democracy does not work in Pakistan, then as I said, look for a different constitution. Look to change it. Let's have autocratic system. People talk of presidential system. I don't know how that will work, but people do talk about it. But so let's change the system. Let's have a referendum. But I firmly believe that parliamentary democracy is the only way forward to Pakistan if we do not interfere with it.
Ji, we have just time for one or two questions. Ji, can Hello. Next, we'll take from the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammad Abdullah Hamid Gul, and I am Director General Misak Research Institute. My question is to Ambassador Durrani, and of course, I'm going to ask one or two questions again. But don't you think, sir, like having said all about Afghanistan and explaining whatever is going on over there, but it is high time that we should, I think, shun the policy of looking towards the West and adopting the look East policy, because like West has abandoned us completely and negating all the sacrifices of Pakistan after especially 9/11 incident, the war on terror. And Pakistan sacrificed so much, and even probably still $700 million is still pending, which we spent on the coalition support fund. And now the world is witnessing whatever is happening in the Gaza, but they're keeping, completely silent. So the world is bifurcated into two, one with the oppressed and one with the, aggressors. Anyhow, what do you think that in Afghanistan, don't you think that it is high time that Pakistan should recognize, because Pakistan has to go towards the, minerals and resources of the Central Asian republics, and this is also the gateway to the, Eastern Europe countries. So I think this is one question, sir, if you kindly respond. The second is, General Raza very rightly said, and a very fine presentation by him. But at the same time, how can we balance between the West and the East, like the Americans and the Chinese? Because wherever we tried to balance, we got nothing. Just the stick in the stick and carrot game. Pakistani nation and Pakistani government, they all received the sticks rather than the carrots, and we have seen that in the new paradigm shift. India is getting all the, the balance of power, the equation has shifted towards them. So this is second question, and one comment on Shahid Khakan Abbasi Sahab. Well, if you say about democracy, well, Shahid Sahab, how come the people of Pakistan are deprived of so many things? Like almost 100 million people, according to the new survey, They are, below the poverty line. Why come, how come that the people are suffering so much and the politicians' lives are, going up and up? And the
Thank
last
you.
is the last, because I think I deserve this. And Mr. Ismail sir, thank you very much for, very lovely presentation. But at the same time, don't you think that without getting a moratorium from the IMF, etc., will we ever be able to pay back all the debts in another 30 years or so? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Brief answers, please.
Can you hear me now? All right. Thank you, Abdullah sir. We did recognize Taliban in 1.0. It was not only Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. What difference did it make? Even if we recognize it. But there is an understanding among the immediate neighbors of Afghanistan and Russia that we will recognize simultaneously, not unilaterally. And I think it has paid dividends. Reason is that now, whatever dispensation in Afghanistan is and the country, it is being sustained by the immediate neighbors and Russia through currency swap and barter trade. Otherwise, you could have expected 10 million refugees in Pakistan. So by all means, but we should not. We should be part of the consensus because here we're talking about just not Afghanistan. We are talking about the region and it will also have an impact on your regional policy. Don't try to go for allies far afield. What you can do within the region, that will pay you dividends. So it's better that you should have a strong regional policy whereby you have peace within and without. So I think Taliban or no Taliban, recognition question would come when there are certain conditions Taliban are going to meet, and it's just not Pakistan. It's the question of I can't talk about the inclusivity aspect, but when you talk about women's education or their right to job, so those are, they say it is Islamic, it is not Islamic. It may be the tribal thing, it may be cultural thing, but it's not Islamic. It becomes my problem and the Voice's problem, which has condemned those aspects. So it's important that we should see that what conditions are being met. Thank you.
My simple answer to your question is that first of all, Pakistan has to feel, it's my view, Pakistan has to feel as a self-confident state. Point number one. For that, Pakistan has to resolve its internal issues ASAP. It has to have a very stable political framework where there's a buy-in of the people. Pakistan is not going to be a camper. We have a strategic relationship with China in our national interest for a very long time, and we should maintain that. And that relationship should grow. If somebody else is feeling disturbed because of that, because our relationship is not, in my opinion, is not directed against anybody, not even against India for that matter. China-Pakistan relationship is not directed against India. It is a perception which is being created. China-Pakistan relationship is not directed against US also. So the only balancing act is that Pakistan has to do it in its own national interest. For that, you have to be a self-confident state. Thank you so much.
The answer was in the question itself. If you had democracy, you could ask that question. You not had democracy. When you don't have democracy, you end up with people like me and Miftah. That's the problem. Have 3 fair elections and then ask that question. But the leadership you get today, the leadership we have today is not genuine leadership. You cannot create leaders. Again and again we experimented. Like I said in the beginning, how many experiments? Let's try the constitution one time. Let's see what happens. Stay with the constitution.
Okay, Ji, we have one last question from here. Anybody from the back? Ji, bilkul piche. Ji. I didn't see that. Ji.
This is Mohammad Zahir. Mohammad Zahir, I work on Radio Pakistan news section. My question is for Dr. Miftah Ismail Saab, that in present financial circumstances, standby agreement with IMF is good omen for Pakistan. But to be dependent on IMF is good omen for Pakistan, or to be free from IMF will be good omen for Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it good or bad?
It's like if you're not well, you have to go to a hospital. It's never a good thing to go to the hospital, but what is the other choice? So you have to go to the hospital. Similarly, if nobody is willing to lend you money and you have to make payments and you cannot raise enough taxes and you cannot cut enough expenditures, then you have to borrow money and you have to go to the IMF. It's very simple. If we were to use these loans, we are one of the largest recipients of IMF program, one of the largest recipients in the world of the World Bank and IMF and Asian Development Bank programs. I think we owe about 50 billion to these international institutions. If we utilize this money for useful purposes, then we can make our economy more productive and increase the productive capacity of our people. But we failed to do that. And we've actually wasted sort of in a way a lot of these ADB and World Bank loans. But at this point, we have no choice but to go to the IMF for the next 3 years, I think, put our house in order, and then inshallah start to grow at a healthy rate of 7-8%.
Yes, Ambassador.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum.
Nader Turk, Deputy Head of Mission Palestine Empathy. Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to speak to your honorable crew and your speakers. First, I hear one word from Brigadier that it is a failure of American to have two-state solutions. Actually, at what I see yesterday or I watched yesterday, a figure that 68% of the Americans are waiting to see ceasefire in Gaza. On the other hand, 32% are not. On the other hand, the Americans leaders following the request of the Israelis because they see ceasefire, it is a failure for the Israelis in their war against Palestinian people. So keeping on with more whoopings on killing Palestinian innocent and children and women is following the agenda of the Israelis. So, on the other hand, when we are involved, our leadership in peace process in 1991 in Madrid, in peace conference, the Prime Minister of Israel, Ishaq Shamir, mentioned that day that he will negotiate with the Palestinians 20 years without give him anything. We are involved in peace process in 32 years and we get nothing. Which means the agenda is keep, negotiate, speak about peace. On the other hand, we get more terror, more apartheid, more settlements, more war, more killing, more Palestinians die for nothing. Nothing because we are not reaching our goal until now, but we will, inshallah, very soon. And I'm optimistic, actually. The flag of Palestine, soon or later, going to become the flag for humanity, not only for the Palestinians. Why? Because we are speaking about international law, not appear everywhere, not in Palestine. Human rights principles appear everywhere, not in Palestine. We speak about double standards. We speak about democracy when the majority of the people of the Western countries on the street are protesting in favor of Palestine. On the other hand, their leaders blindly support the Israelis in their crimes against humanity, their crimes against the innocent people, war crimes, and they are supporting them not only by political statements, but even by whippings and bombs to kill more and more Palestinians. So when we see democracy is not working in the Western countries, it's working in Pakistan, I think so, and it's working in many of our countries, and it is working in Palestine. And we see that in 2006, when we are not satisfied that our brothers in Hamas win the elections, but our leaders facilitate them to create the 10th government and achieve their responsibilities as a government and as a leader to lead the government of Palestine. So this is first. Second, I have a question for Dr. Muftah. It is thanks a lot for the figures which you are sharing with us, but it is share with us the problem. Where is the solution? Many of the Muslim countries deal with a huge number of population as a challenge. Why it isn't China blessing? Thank you very much for your time. One day soon, inshallah, we will have the opportunity to pray in Aqsa Masjid, hand by hand, to raise together the flag of Palestine, a flag of humanity, a flag of freedom, as a freedom fighters, as a freedom for peace and stability, not only in Palestine, but in the whole world. Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question and comment. I want to say that a few days ago, I saw a picture of a Palestinian woman holding an infant in her hand, a dead infant in her hand, and was kissing. She was just kissing him. And that picture is resounding, and that picture just recurs to me all the time. You cannot unsee that picture of a woman holding a dead infant in her hand. And what's happening in Palestine is tragic beyond words. And so the sympathies of the entire Pakistani nation, I think, and the rest of the world are really with you. And hopefully one day, inshallah, you guys will be free. There is no point in colonialism anymore. And I think even in the opinion in the West, as you said, now has really shifted. So hopefully something good will come out of this tragic situation, this genocide of your people, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people in your own lands. As far as the question is concerned, I think the solution, I actually sort of hinted at the solution, which is that we have to raise taxes and we have to devolve the government and we have to make government more effective. There are no good solutions. You know, raising taxes is never a good thing. I mean, as finance minister, I have been, it's very difficult to do. There's a lot of lobbies. There are a lot of people who get, it's not easy for, you know, a poor country like Pakistan to collect a lot of taxes. This year we'll collect 10,000 billion rupees in taxes, but still not enough. But the real solution really is to collect more taxes, to cut some expenditures, and to live within our means. That's what Pakistan needs to do. I think that's, every country needs to do that. Thank you.
We'll take the final question from Dr. Saab.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate giving me an opportunity. My question is to Shahid Haqqan Abbasi sir. You have been consistently arguing over last year or so in a series of reimagining Pakistan seminars that all the political parties in Pakistan over last 5 to 10 years had an opportunity to govern, and no party has been able to deliver. And you have been extending this logic to say that actually it is not possible for any political party to deliver the complexity of the problems that we have landed in. And you have been saying that we need to develop a national framework by bringing all the political actors and all the stakeholders around the table to develop a framework which transcends all elections and all political parties so that it can be stuck to and can be pursued in years to come. So my question is that what progress is there, if any, in your view on this account? And second logical extension of my question is that don't you think that the existing political parties who are promoting democracy are highly undemocratic themselves? So how they can speak for democracy and how they can deliver democracy? And don't you think that we need a new political party in Pakistan which is internally democratic also?
It's a very vast question, but the bottom line is that we have been saying this at all these forums is that we need to also, the stakeholders in this country have to sit at a table and chart a way forward. There's no other way. We have to be aware and of what our political situation is, who are the stakeholders. So the political leaders, the military leadership, and the judicial leadership have to sit at a table and chart a way forward. The political parties have all been in power in the last 2 years. Have they delivered anything? No. So, and why not? Because they don't have the capacity. You look at the manifestos, have they implemented the manifestos? No. All the manifestos are the same. So what will you expect in the future? The same thing that has happened in the past. You can't, there was space in the past. You muddled through. Now it's the end of the road. Now you have to find solutions. And the solutions have become tough, and they'll get tougher by the day. So there is no bar in the Constitution for this leadership of the political leadership, military and judicial to sit together and chart a way forward. Because all influence governance in this country, all influence the future of the people of Pakistan. So they need to sit together. There is always space for a political party, especially when you have a failure of the extent that we have today in Pakistan. But again, it's not easy to form a political party, but I think there is always space, and today there's probably more space than before because every political party has failed. Why is the capacity not there in the political parties? Because you did not have democracy. You did not have fair elections. People who should have been there and the people who can deliver today must have 3 attributes. They must have an education, not a degree. They must have life experience, and they must go through the political mill. You cannot have a BA and have done nothing in life, win an election and want to be a minister the next day. That doesn't work anymore. So this is why you need the political system to grow. It has not grown. It has not been allowed to grow. Political parties, are they internally democratic? I would venture to say I don't know of any political party in the world which is internally democratic. Just like corporations are not internally democratic, when you take a decision, you don't get a vote. Votes are divisive. So whenever you have a vote within a party, it's a divisive situation. You don't want that. It's always by consensus. And the consensus had its own issues. That's my basic answer on that. It doesn't look like a very democratic answer, but that's the reality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there are a lot of hands being raised, but we are absolutely out of time. In fact, we are over time. So I would like to thank all the speakers today for sharing their thoughts with us. I would like to thank the organizers and above all of you who came here and took part in this very valuable discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll call upon President IPRI, Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed, to present mementos to our distinguished speakers and chair. Respected speakers, Ambassador Asif Durrani, Mr. Shahid Khaqan Abbasi, Dr. Miftah Ismail, Lieutenant General Amir Riaz, Session Chair Mr. Fahad Hussain, and thank you Dr. Daniel Marke from USIP for joining us. With this, the Forum C concludes. I thank the audience for their participation. And now a group photograph on the stage. President IPRI, Forum Chair, speakers, and IPRI staff members. Everybody is requested to join us for lunch in the marquee next to the hall and kindly reconvene back to the hall by 3 p.m. because we have to start off with the Forum D of the dialogue. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Sam, check. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. नेड़े चला जा। हेलो 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 hello, check.
Letting you know I can hear you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Kindly return back to the hall because we need to start off with the Forum D of the dialogue. Everybody is requested to settle down so that we can start off with the forum proceedings. ये पीछे जो लोग खड़े हुए हैं प्लीज बैठ जाएं ताकि हम लोग फोरम को स्टार्ट कर सकें. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Margalla D. Kindly settle down. Please. If I may have your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Margalla Forum D on Understanding Media and Society in the Age of Technology. Before we proceed, I request you all to switch your phones on the silent mode. The moderator for this forum is Mr. Hamza Saeed Orakzai, Director, Strategic Planning and Regulatory Affairs, Special Technology Zones Authority, Pakistan. Sir, kindly join us on the stage. For the forum, we have 4 distinguished speakers. The keynote speaker is Mr. Steve Cole, Dean Emeritus, Columbia Journalism School, USA. Mr. Steve Cole would be joining us online. The second speaker is Mr. Amir Ghori, editor, The News International, Pakistan. Sir, kindly join us on the stage. Our third speaker is Mr. Mir Ibrahim Rahman, CEO, Geo Network since 2002. Sir, join us on the stage. The fourth speaker is Dr. Anna Choi, Director, Future Consensus Institute, South Korea. Dr. Anna will be joining us online. Ma'am, welcome to the Margalla Dialogue. I now request forum moderator, Mr. Hamza Orakzai, to commence with the forum proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Distinguished dignitaries from the government, diplomatic corps, academia, think tanks, private companies, and dear student, Assalamu alaikum. Before starting the session, I would like to congratulate Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed, President, Islamabad Policy Research Institute, IPRI leadership, and the whole team who has worked tirelessly to make the fourth Margalla Dialogue possible. And let me assure you that your hard work has paid off really well. So kudos to the team under the ambassador's leadership. I am Hamza Saeed Orakzai, and I am currently serving as the Director for Strategic Planning and Regulatory Affairs at Special Technology Zones Authority. And I'll take this opportunity to give a slight introduction about STZA, which is essentially a regulator of the technology sector. And what we do is set up large technology zones to make Pakistan's technology landscape competitive for foreign companies and domestic companies. And today's topic, understanding media and society in the age of technology, is very expansive and very important, rather, because almost all of our lives are directly impacted through the evolution of technology. And before starting the session, I would like to sort of break down the topic in two halves. One is the media in the age of technology, and the other is society in the age of technology. And I'll take 2 minutes on each aspect, where when we talk about media, and I would like the speakers to also touch upon these factors when we look at the media in the age of technology. The first is rise of social media platforms versus mainstream media, and rapid change in consumption of information. And this is radically true for those who are under 25 or 20, where they would rather go to X, formerly known as Twitter, YouTube, to listen to independent anchors or look at tweets and verify claims or narratives built by mainstream media. So this is one of the key challenges that has emerged because of these social media platforms. Number two is the polarization of mainstream media, especially globally in domestic politics, and then also in conflict areas such as Israel-Palestine, such as Ukraine-Russia war, such as China-South Sea, which these are three global conflict zones. And if you look at or compare these mainstream media of regions, there is a direct conflict over facts, and you can't really mine what the actual truth is. The third is the weaponization of disinformation campaigns, and especially in the conflict zones. It used to happen before, but now with artificial intelligence bots and with way more sophisticated tools to create a disinformation campaign, I would like the speakers to shed some light on this aspect as well. And the fourth is the ethical challenges emerging from global conflicts. And there might be biases that might be religious, that might be ethnic, that might be based on national security. But how do journalists navigate in these ethical challenges? And then the second part is society. So although media has directly controls the perception of society, and but in the age of technology, the disruption or the change is rather beyond media. So I'll give you 2 to 3 examples. The first is blockchain. Blockchain is something that has disrupted the financial industry globally. And no matter how much government, and I being a government representative, oppose cryptocurrencies, it's still $1 trillion market. And now we are looking at all the central banks globally focusing on central bank digital currency, which gives phenomenal powers to the government in terms of controlling their currency. The second is artificial intelligence, which is going to disrupt all walks of life. Noah Harari, which is a very famous author in 21st century, talks about global useless class. And the argument is that the third industrial revolution created global middle class. But the fourth industrial revolution, and with advent of automation and sophisticated artificial intelligence, we will have a global useless class. And these are the people whose jobs will be replaced in all walks of life. So how will it impact society? And the third is actually metaverse and virtual reality, where you will see, and even gaming. And if you talk to 15 or 20-year-old people, most of their time and consumption is happening on mobile phones, on computer laptops, using these latest technologies. And we are seeing multi-billion-dollar fashion enterprises, for instance, Gucci or LV, launching their bags first in mobile games rather than launching in stores to just verify whether that product would be in demand. So these are major changes that is happening in businesses and society. So with this, I would like to invite Mr. Steve Call, Dean Emeritus, Columbia Journalism School, United States, for his keynote speech. Just a short introduction. Steve Call is a distinguished journalist and author of 8 non-fiction books and a 2-time winner of the Pulitzer Prize. Between 1985 to 2005, he has worked for Washington Post and then is now staff writer with the New Yorker. With this, I would invite Steve Call for his keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a really stimulating introduction to the forum, and indeed the questions and subjects that you raised are very much ones that I want to address in my brief remarks. And I'm really sorry speaking to you from London, where I live, and I'm sorry not to be with you, but glad for the invitation and the opportunity. I want to thank my colleagues from Columbia Journalism School, Sadiq Humayun and others who invited me to participate. And I'm sorry to have missed Fahd Hussain earlier at another one of the forums. Pakistani graduates of the Columbia Journalism School have been just outstanding over the years, and it's been one of my joys when I've been back in New York teaching to work with that group, and there's many of them now in Islamabad doing all kinds of interesting things, as well as in Karachi and Lahore and elsewhere. So, salute to all of you, and thanks again for having me. I thought what I would do with my time is to ask the question and try to start to answer it. How those of us who are concerned about the integrity of media and of political communication and of just public discourse, how should we think about responding to the challenge of AI? I agree, Mr. Chairman, it is another big wave of technological disruption that is going to have kind of a universal quality. But I think certainly for journalists, for other public interest actors, NGOs, watchdogs of all sorts, it's a critical challenge, and one that is going to be complicated. And I'll try to say why I think so. Let me just talk about the AI wave, first in a little bit of context of recent media history. I think we all understand that until about the mid-1990s, the basic model of media and public communication that arose from media was what some people have called one-to-many. Think of the broadcast tower on the hill transmitting to a passive public that receives it through devices like televisions and radios. That was the dominant media model through most of the 20th century. Then came the World Wide Web. And I think, as the chairman described around social media, what that disruption, which began roughly in the late 1990s, created was a pervasive model of media and communication, public communication, that we can think of as many to many. And the political and kind of social impact of it immediately was to empower individuals who were left out of publishing, broadcasting in the earlier era. So in many positive ways, it democratized media, democratized communication, but it also was hugely disruptive in that respect. So we still now, 30 years later, we still live in a world where the barriers to being a speaker, to being a publisher, to being a media entrepreneur have pretty much collapsed compared to what those barriers looked like in, say, 1985. And, you know, the state was initially back-footed. I mean, governments generally around the world, those especially that sought to control public communication, you know, from the top down, they were initially back-footed by this revolution, but have fought back, and now through regimes of censorship and other kinds of regulation and control are sometimes able to manage it, though never completely. So to me, when we think about AI, I think we can imagine it as sort of the third wave. If the web, the World Wide Web, and its breakout in the late 90s was the first wave, and if social media was the second wave, then I think AI is comparable, feels like it's already established itself at that kind of dimension. And it sort of feels, and I'm sure many of you who have lived long enough to have experienced those prior waves, you probably have the same sense. It sort of feels, AI today sort of feels like the web in 1999 or social media in 2012 when Facebook went public and started selling stock and everybody realized that the platforms were going to dominate media and public communication as well as political speech and all kinds of other parts of our public square. So if we accept that comparison, what are some of the features today that we as journalists, as watchdogs, want to be interested in? First of all, there's a paradox. There was a paradox in those two prior instances as well. I think we can say with some confidence that there's a bubble around AI. A lot of extravagant claims are being made. Money is pouring in, and some of these claims are going to be proven to be overblown, if not outright fraudulent, and some of the money is going to disappear. That happened when the market crashed around web business models in 1999, 2000, 2001, and it happened when social media sort of congealed into a monopoly, and a lot of the utopian predictions were overtaken by misuse, propaganda, and manipulation. So yes, it's a positive revolution, and yes, it also has a dark side. That's, I think, as true of what we're going to be wrestling with around AI as it was around the web and the breakout of social media. And so this is my other point to us, journalists, watchdogs. We can safely predict whatever AI's benefits, however many diseases it cures, however many ways that it advances human potential, it will also be abused, and it may be abused severely. And so some of us in the business of keeping track of abuses of power, whether we're human rights groups or we're journalists or we're governments trying to regulate public order, we have to start thinking now about how to identify and prevent abuses of AI without smothering the potential of this technological advance. And one thing that's different about AI compared to the web and social media, in my experience of it, is that in both of those earlier waves, there was a period of utopian delusion about how this technological revolution would rearrange human society in such a positive way that people overlooked the reality of how these changes would also lead to abuse and manipulation. And in the case of AI, we've kind of skipped right over the utopian phase and gone to a kind of fear of even extinction. I think it's useful that we've started out in more of a state of anxiety than we did around some of these earlier changes, but it doesn't really answer the question, which I'm going to conclude with now, of what it is that NGOs and journalists and other regulators and other people can start to do to play the role of discovery and sort of holding the abuse of power to account before the public. The chairman mentioned some of the key areas that are already at issue. They're at issue in the social media realm, in areas of conflict, but also during elections in all parts of the world. And already we know that we have a profound need as a society for help in verification, to detect manufactured fakes, to try to very quickly determine the authenticity of images and text that is purporting to be truthful. This is a complicated area, verification, but it can be done, but it requires concentrated effort and expertise. We also have a need to understand patterns, not just the individual veracity of a photograph or a piece of text, a claimed fact in the guise of news. We also need to be able to step back and see patterns of manipulation and abuse. When you look at the US election in 2016, where we now understand there was quite organized campaigns of propaganda to influence voters on social media platforms, it wasn't this post or that post and the kind of manipulation of facts or the doctoring of photographs. It wasn't, in that sense, a microcosm of verification that was the problem. It was the big picture. It was the pattern. It was the algorithm. It was the way information was being fed and audiences were being targeted. That is going to be the same problem with AI. And then finally, our watchdogs are going to have to be able to keep up with the math and the science. And this is a particular problem for journalism. A lot of us went into journalism because we didn't want to do the math when we were in school. And the reality is that to be effective at the essential role of journalism, which is to seek truth and report it, to ask hard questions about the use of power by individuals and institutions, we're going to have to be able to unpack algorithms and the use of AI. And in the case of AI, obviously even the data scientists and the creators of machine learning have lost touch with some of what happens after the machines start learning for themselves. This is the most alarming part when you listen to experts talk about the future of AI. But so we may never be on the cutting edge as journalists, but we have got to fill our newsrooms, our NGOs, and our regulatory agencies with the kind of expertise that can compete with the creators of AI in the public square. And lastly, I'll just say, the chairman asked about journalists and ethics more broadly. I think I've said the function of journalism, at least in my sense, and what we at Columbia, are organized around trying to teach, starts with the basic idea of seeking the truth and reporting it to the public. And that function is as old as, the conception of an independent press as part of a constitutional system. But the actual mechanics of carrying that out in the age of this kind of technology are changing so fast, and our newsrooms have a lot of work to do to catch up. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for articulating such a difficult topic in 10 to 15 minutes time. And we look forward to the Q&A session. I have a question for you. But before Q&A, I would like to now invite the second speaker of the forum, Mr. Mir Ibrahim, who is the CEO of Geo TV Network and has been at the helm of affairs of Pakistan's leading media brand for over 8 years. He is a former Goldman Sachs investment banker specializing in media and telecom. Mir has overseen the launch and growth of Geo to a strong South Asian content producer and broadcaster with 10 channels globally. Mr. Mir became the first Muslim and second South Asian to have won the most prestigious award from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, Robert F. Kennedy Award for Excellence in Public Service, highlighting his commitment to public service and impactful leadership. Over to you, Mr. Mir.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. So I'll just add maybe 2-3 points to what. 15 minutes, okay. Well, maybe we can do more of it in the Q&A. But from my perspective, the advent of technology is not a new thing in media. As a third generation family business entity, the Jung Group, Geo, has seen the migration from newspapers to TV to radio to now digital. I used to say in my board meetings, we used to talk openly that when my grandfather started the business, he aggregated 1,000 eyeballs and he would sell it for 1,000 rupees. And then subsequently, my father and I, when he started TV, we aggregated 1,000 eyeballs and we sold it for 100 rupees. And now in digital, my brother is heading digital. Again, we help him aggregate another 1,000 eyeballs and he sells it for 1 rupee. So even though as the years progress, we are reaching billions and billions of views per month, and it's increasing, but the average selling price of those 1,000 eyeballs is decreasing. In fact, it's very unique insight. In the digital world, there is not a single example, even in the Western world, where social media, digital media, is financing journalism. There are many examples where digital media or social media finances commentary, especially commentary which is on the extreme fringes of the left spectrum or the right spectrum. But nowhere does digital media finance journalism. It doesn't pay a reporter's salary. The only few exceptions are on the subscription world, where you have entities like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or the Economist, the New Yorker, and literally those examples will run out. As many fingers as you have, those are as many examples are left. So advertising-based formulas, and majority of journalism last 100 years has been financed by advertising. On the digital side, advertising does not finance journalism. It only finances commentary, and especially commentary which is on its extremes to the left and right. So this is a challenge. Even developing world, even the Western world has not yet cracked. And it's a concern for state and society. But the allegation against digital media are very similar allegations that we saw that newspapers were giving to the TV world. The allegation that, oh, everything is now reduced to a soundbite. So the allegation of attention or focus being deprived or decreasing. Or the allegation that the TV world is more in the hands of a few entities. Or that polarization increases. So these allegations are not new. The newspaper world also made these allegations to radio, and the radio world also made these allegations to TV. What is new, however, is that the migration to digital, we see something a little bit more perverse and different in intensity, because the polarization is actually leading to extremism, because the algorithm, which is filled with likes and thumbs up, it is backed by behavioral scientists who are using addictive algorithms to have a feedback loop, right? So it's not just a bubble, it's a bubble within a bubble. So you're only getting to see what you want to see. As opposed to in the traditional media, we had an editor who would balance what you want with what you need. So that balance is more and more out in the digital world. And because of an additional element of anonymity, the ability to be anonymous, that is afforded, did not exist in the newspaper world or in the TV world. You had to declare who you are. But in the digital world, because you can be anonymous, it leads to a lot of fake news, a lot of fake agendas, a lot of hidden agendas. So one can argue that the concentration of power, in fact, it increased further in the digital world. However, it started off by saying we're giving power to the people. It's not passive media. It's not just broadcasting one way, it's two-way. But if you think about it, there are only 3 entities which control 3 algorithms. So there are 3 editors now only. Before, in the whole world, maybe there were 3,000. But now, globally, there are only 3 editors. So concentration of power, there are 3 entities, now majority, who are controlling what we should like, how much we should like it, how often we should like it. So concentration of power is also increasing, polarization is also increasing, hate speech is also increasing. So these are new challenges. You know, there was a time maybe 15, 20 years ago, if somebody would have said that cigarettes should be banned in bars, people would laugh. But there came a time when cigarettes were banned in pubs and bars in America. It's amazing in the Western world. About 5-10 years ago, if somebody would have said, you know, there'll come a time where sodas, sugar drinks, will be banned in schools, you might have gotten equivalent laughter. How is this possible? But it happened. And now when I share this with you, maybe some of you will laugh that maybe society will eventually come up with a semi sort of a ban on this algorithm, where if you want to watch 2 videos from the left, you cannot watch a third one until you see a video from the right. If you want to watch something, 2 videos which are conservative perspective, you cannot watch a third one until you watch something from a liberal perspective. If you want to watch 2 PTI videos, you have to watch 1 Noon League video as well. Maybe, and this forced balance, right? Maybe there'll come a day where the algorithm will have to be opened up, made transparent, and society will allow this kind of, you know, some form of stable regulation. And by the way, in America, which has the best freedom of speech laws, at least, it did have this rule. It had this rule of in the 40s, 50s, up in the 60s, there was this rule where you have to give equal opportunity to both Republicans and Democrats. It was measured as well. So we may see a day where that also, and that talks like that have started happening in Europe. Europe has led balanced regulation in many fields. And even here, we're increasingly seeing a tendency for this. I think the rest we can address in the Q&A.
Sure, a very interesting perspective into economics of media and also some revelations on how the algorithm works. And I think audience will have a lot of questions on this perspective. Now, I would like to invite our third speaker of the forum, Mr. Amir Ghauri, who is currently the resident editor of the News International since December 2017. He has a career spanning over 34 years in journalism, and his extensive journey includes founding a London-based conversation club in 2016 named South Asia Futures Forum, which engages with government representatives, international experts, and discuss and suggest possible solutions to the region's economic, political, social, and cultural issues. Mr. Gauri has an extensive experience in working with national and international medias, some of which are BBC, Prime TV, Geo News, Dunia News, Airway News. Moreover, Mr. Gauri has regularly appeared on CNN, Sky News, Al Jazeera, English, RT, and Press TV. So we truly have an international political commentator, and I would like to invite him for his speech for 15 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, Hamza, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you, IPRI. Thank you, Ambassador Raza, Siddiq Kamayo, and all of you who are here today. I think, you know, the technical side and the financial side have been covered by Steve, and we call Mir Ibrahim as Mir, the MIR. So I think the way he said that whatever you actually want to ask in the Q&A session, I'll try to kind of focus on media. The two questions which you raised in the beginning, that how media is changing in the age of technology and how it is impacting society in the age of technology. And I will try to kind of focus only on Pakistan, you know, not globally, because here in Pakistan, I think as a journalist, we live in a bubble. Why? Because when we talk about the world, we use borrowed information. The information is not ours. We use information which is given to us. That means all the news gathering operations which are global, we take their services. So technically, if, for example, if there's a war is happening in Gaza and Israel, between Gaza, between the Palestinians and the Israelis, we do not actually have a presence there. So technically, we will have images which are provided to us by international providers and at times dry. But I think I was lucky when I was sent by Geo Television during the last conflict in Israel and Gaza, that I was the first Pakistani journalist who landed in Israel and traveled to all these kibbutz, which we are, you know, hearing about, been to Gaza, been to West Bank, and you know, up and down. But most of the time, you know, the stories we try to tell are not our stories. What actually happened is in the last 20 years, so I'm not talking about, you know, the print journalism, which technically has the biggest challenge in Pakistan, you know, at the turn of the century. And Pakistan actually has the first, you know, major news network. What actually happened is, within a few years, now this is my personal, you know, opinion. It does not reflect the opinion of the institution I'm working for, organization I'm working for. What we saw is that within years, the government in Pakistan and all governments in Pakistan do not like journalists. They do not like independent expression of information. We have a lot of freedom of information, but we have very little freedom after expression. So what we have seen is that within years, the government employed very intelligent means to cripple what we knew as the established media houses. And Jang, being the largest media house, has faced a lot of that. Dawn, Nawai Waqt, and some of the others. And we saw that challenge emerging as that the government allowed everybody who actually wanted to have an independent television station, he or she was given, you know, permission. Now, if you actually ask them today, when Pakistan has, let's say, around about, you know, 40 news channels and 100 overall entertainment and news channels, in this, you know, sitting, we are only discussing media as if media is just information. We are not talking about the other media, which in Pakistan is mostly watched by women, which is the entertainment, you know. So we are focusing what the men watch in this country, and men watch politics. And what we have seen is that the whole scene was muddied in the last 15 years. You know, And the channels, and what actually happened is that Pakistan does not actually have a very vibrant economy. So whatever the advertising cake was, it was brutally divided between all those people who said that, listen, they are also in the game to have a freedom of expression. They actually wanted to run news channels. But if you go and have an independent audit, they do not actually have what we know as a news gathering operation. They will not actually have correspondents based all over the country, but I'm not criticizing them. What actually has is the change, the media, how it has changed in the last 20 years, because the media did not cover Pakistan. The media did not cover society. The media did not cover people. What it covered was politicians and politics. So what we see now, what we know as the primetime television, starts at 7 o'clock and goes to midnight. We are basically seeing the same few faces, not more than 30, 40, appearing on all channels. And this only actually happens in Pakistan, that you will see one person sitting at least at 9 channels at the same time. And that means that person, and you will see him every day. So what actually it has done is that we have started losing audiences. We've also started losing trust of the people which we earned in the first 5 to 6 years. And in those years, people like me and my senior colleagues who you see on television, I was on screen, off screen, is that the respect we earned, most of the respect we have already, lost. People think that maybe we are, public relation officers. We are pushing somebody's agenda, And when Steve was talking about, the very basic concept of media being the watchdog of public interest, I think public has taken that responsibility from us because of the change in technology. And that is why I do not actually have the final figures, but the figures might be very bleak when we say how many people watch television now, to seek information. And here I completely agree what MIR was saying, that whatever social media we are seeing it is not giving us news. It is giving us commentary. And all those commentators, pick up the news from the established news channels. So they will see it, and then because the technology has started paying them. And then here also, and a very big issue which people like me are discussing, that what will be the future of news and all of this operation would be in Pakistan, is that the platforms we are using are not ours. The technology which we are using is not ours. So at times when we are not fully engrossed in the technology and the platforms, the world which is creating this technology and moving ahead with this technology to the artificial intelligence or the artificial general intelligence, you see manifestation in the schools and colleges where now students, do not study. They don't want to study, but, they're being helped by, intelligence tools like Chat GPT. Those students who will not discuss even a single sentence will come up with articles as if they are written by professors from Harvard and Oxford. And if you discuss them, what is this? So the challenge is that technology, I'm basically mixing both. While it has created a challenge for media, that media is losing its grip, it is no longer accepted as the watchdog of public interest. We have a chaotic scene. And this is a chaos which we are creating collectively. Why? Because we are already on all sorts of platforms which are paying or non-paying, whether it's Twitter or Facebook or YouTube or Instagram. And that is creating a problem for us when it becomes to the fakery. For me as a journalist is the biggest challenge, that there is so much on social media which is fake. When people will basically broadcast something and using means and ways to project as if they are telling the truth, because they're invoking real people, real information, real events, and then putting on their own information. As if, like, for example, I give you example, I think most of us are, Urdu speaking, कि रात को मरियम 3 बजे किसको मिली? अब वो 10 मिनट का एक segment है. Even people like us who have done 3 decades, and I said maybe she has met somebody and she's an important person. You will watch that clip for 10 minutes and there is no discussion of whether she met. It will not even discuss Mariam or Imran Khan or anybody else. But by that time, hundreds of thousands of people might have watched it. So what we're seeing is now, one, I personally think that we have gone beyond that stage where media will be now regulated, and it has been written by important newspapers like New York Times, that regulators, and they're talking about the American regulators, where they have the ability and the teeth to take action. We do not actually have. Our regulators need to be regulated themselves. They are just cut and paste operations. They're admitting now that regulators and tech companies will not succeed now in controlling this genie, which is the social media. Why? Because people love it. Why? Because they are paid, for fakery. And I think that is the biggest challenge. We, went through this challenge that when we had the first transition, in fact, we had the two transitions. When, Jung Group, talking about the Jung Group, when we moved from, normal newspapers to the first desktop publishing back in 1990 when we launched the news. And people used to come to watch our offices, Apple computers and symphonies, Mozart symphonies, playing at the back. And we said, what an office. It was modeled on the European and American offices. But then, in 20 years, television came. And now television, everybody has a television in their pockets. And the biggest challenge, and I'll finish here, that the smartphones are being used by very dumb minds to create chaos, which will actually impact. I don't know where it will take us. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gauri, for such an honest dissection of Pakistan's media landscape and the challenges that you face. And I'm sure there will be very interesting questions from you in the Q&A session. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite our final fourth speaker, Dr. Anna Choi, who is the Director of Digital Platforms Division and a Senior Research Fellow at Taije Future Consensus Institute, a non-profit public policy institute in Seoul, South Korea. In this position, she launches projects working with policymakers and academics to understand the impact of the digital transformation. She also develops strategy for fostering citizen participation in policymaking process. Her areas of expertise include digital governance, political innovation, and building Web3 ecosystem with diversity and inclusion. Before joining the institute, she worked as a journalist for more than 15 years, covering economy and business issues. She also hosted a weekly interview program on TV, inviting prominent leaders of Korea. She recently co-authored 2 books. First one is The Future of Digital Human and Cloud Nation, which was published in 2021, which depicts decentralized future and humans in metaverse. And the second is The Future of Korea After COVID, which provides insights on long-term changes, challenges, and opportunities related to COVID-19. She holds a degree in business studies from Aston University in England with Shimling Scholarship and PhD in business specialized in human resource management from University of International Business and Economics in Beijing. With this, I would like to invite Madam Choi for her speech. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me? Thank you for your kind introduction, and thank you very much for having me today. And I'm so sorry that I cannot be on site, but it's a great honor to join you for this timely and meaningful discussion. And I totally agree with the other former speakers, their insights and thoughts they shared today with me. I will try to mention that was not mentioned today. And last year in Margalla Dialogue, I participated on the session titled Being Human in the Age of Technology. And I talk about building a new governance framework to solve the global challenges we are facing, how we can effectively tackle those challenges, and maybe some technology can help us doing it, building a new governance framework. And to do so, I pointed out that we should overcome the fragmentation of our community, and we should foster collaboration. And it's been a year since then, and the global challenges are only getting tougher. And technology is, as always, advancing much faster than we expected. And especially the large language models like ChatGPT, they bring us so astonishing news every day. So like last week, OpenAI announced users will now be able to create customized versions of the viral AI chatbot. And today we have we are seeing so many the evolution of the technology that can be the threat that can give us a threat for we say that existential threat, and that's true. But today I want to speak more about some hope we can think about, because technology is like a dual-edged sword. So it can be evil, but it can be also the tool that we can solve the challenges we have today. And today we have a session, Understanding Media and Society in the Age of Technology. And many other speakers mentioned the filter bubble, echo chamber, and the fragmentation of the community, and the demise of the community, how it's collapsing, the chaos in the media landscape. I totally agree. And as a person who worked as a journalist before, it's so sad to see, and it's sometimes frightening to see how the landscape of the media changed. And however, I also think that we have to adjust to this new technology, and we have to find ways how we can use this technology to solve the problems we are facing. And as I mentioned, that we are seeing the evolution of the ChatGPT, and we already had AI for a long time. And before that, from the AI algorithm, we are experiencing the polarization of the public discourse. And that's also very true in Korea. We have a parliamentary election next year, and we do a lot of research on how the public discourse is the designing. And then we had analyze the keyword from between the conservative online community and the liberal online community, and how the ratio of the overlap between those keywords. And what we see is there's it's decreasing. The graph of the keyword overlap, it shows that now people don't even listen to what they don't want to listen. And the people in one group and the other group, there's no connection. The network between the two other different opinion groups are breaking. They're living in a whole different world. And I mentioned in the beginning that the OpenAI is going to announce the users with customized versions of AI. And nowadays, these LLM AIs, these chatbots and ChatGPT and the new AIs we are meeting these days are getting into more intimacy. So in the before, the AI algorithm worked to get our attention. They keep feeding us with the news that what we want to listen, and we are losing balance. But it's developing to more intimate, they're touching our hearts personally. So I want to give you some the one experience that I had recently. It's not from a media side, but in Korea, we had a service for the old age people who live alone. And the government provide the chatbot to each the aged person, over 75, over 80, and they're living alone. They have their sons and daughters, they have their kids, but the kids are having a very busy life. They don't actually visit every day. So they use chatbot to take care of those old people. and then they make a call. Did you had your medicine today, or how was your day? They keep asking, and the aged people, these old people, they are not in dementia. They are bright, still bright, and they know they are talking to the AI chatbot. But after time goes on, I read the report on them, and then I talked to the person who's working covering that work, and then the old people get touched to that AI. They feel more intimacy to those AIs, more better, that they say they feel better, more comfortable than talking to their own kids. And even though they know that they are talking to AI, after time goes by, they start to really depend on, and they start to talk about their worries, their concerns, and the just episodes what they used to talk to with their friends or their family. And that's the AI we are seeing. And recently, so what is frightening is this AI can touch the people's heart and really design their thoughts and how their even their behaviors, because people are moved by them, not by their brain. They're more by their heart. The heart moves first, and then your brain follows usually. And recently, we had seen the Beatles launched a new album Now and Then, and it has the voice of John Lennon. When I first saw that news, the first thing that reminded me was the movie Terminator. Do you remember that in the movie, the Terminator mimicked the voice of the Sarah O'Connor's a mother, and then they make a phone call, and Sarah just opens up where she is, the information that she is not supposed to tell. And maybe those kind of things can happen. And maybe politicians nowadays, I told you we will have an election next spring. And usually these days, the politicians, when they want to meet the voters, they go to a big market to meet the voters, and they have a big public speech. But maybe the politicians can utilize those AI technologies, and they can meet every voters one by one and personally. And that's how our media is changing, and that's how our public discourse is changing. It's gonna be more personal, and it's gonna touch every person's heart. And I told you in the beginning, I want to talk about hope. Now we are living in a chaos, but can we use this intimate AI to more foster the engagement of the people and then meet each other? In these days, AI algorithm closes the network of meeting other people with the other opinion, the other group of people. But maybe we can think about fostering the platforms for a civic engagement. And in this case, I thought about the context theory. And you know what context theory is? It is a psychology theory that it suggests that conflicts between groups can be reduced if members of the groups can interact with each other. And then maybe AI can be the tool to make people interact in a different group. And that's maybe the solution that we can think about, and make people engage more in those platforms, and open the place for civic discourse, and make the citizen and make a chance to listen to the other a voice of the citizens. And maybe that's what we can think about it. And I think that we need there's a long way to go, and there's a threat, but always the humans find a way to overcome the threat from the technology, and make the technology benefit for the humanity. And I believe this will happen this time again, even though we are in a chaos, but it's on the process of getting to the better world. That's for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anna, for sharing very insightful and I think some are very concerning developments from the Korean society when it comes to AI, especially AI blurring the line with old people, which is moving their heart. I think that has impacted me the most because that blurs the line where you wouldn't be able to recognize whether you're talking to an AI or a normal human being. And I think that needs more focus from global regulatory authorities on how AI technology is evolving. And just last week, I was listening to Elon Musk, who is now advocating global regulatory systems for AI. So a question was asked, what is the eventual manifestation of AI? So let me paraphrase what he said. He said, a socially and emotionally conscious, super intelligent being. And that is because of the trillions of data points that it receives on a daily basis interacting with human. With this, I'll conclude this session and initiate the question and answers. And I would like to invite the MOC to navigate the mic and engage the audience while I'll pose the first question. I'll take this opportunity as a moderator, which is, and my first question is from Mr. Mir. I'm very interested in understanding the sort of ethical dilemmas that you face, because you said that there is a diminishing return per thousand eyeballs. And now all these media groups, or this is a challenge where you need to reach certain eyeballs to make the business sustainable. And then we see a lot of clickbaiting in videos, which Mr. Gauri touched upon as well, that, you will have a headline and then you watch a 10 minutes clip, there is nothing about it, right? And we see that in our regular Facebook and YouTube. And so what's being one of the leaders, or probably the leader in Pakistani media, what type of dilemmas, ethical dilemmas do you face while doing such decisions to sustain your business?
That's a good question. It reminds me of a time when there was a foreign delegation that had come to visit my grandfather, and of journalists, and they all asked him, please tell us about freedom of speech in Pakistan. And my grandfather was offering them tea, so he said, yes, there is freedom of speech in Pakistan. And then he took a sip, and then he said, but very little freedom after speech in Pakistan. So given that context, I will try to answer your question. But the ethical dilemmas have always been there in media, because in general, I'd earlier paraphrased that we have to balance what people need with what people want. So there is already a balancing act going on. One can say that there are different ratios that media organizations would follow. The Sun newspaper, famous Sun newspaper in England, may have an 80-20 rule, with giving them what they want at 80% and giving what they need at 20%. The New York Times maybe, or The Economist might have the opposite, 80% of what they need and only 20% of what they want. So that balancing act has always been a challenge for media organizations all across the world. The way I looked at it, or our organization looked at it, was that in order to finance what people need, journalism, finance reporters salary, you need to also give what people want. So there was being number one in this country, or being number one in any territory, you cannot ignore what people want. So that dilemma has always been there. It is more challenging in our environment because there's a lot of freedom in the digital world, right? In our context, if you think about it, we are being regulated by an entity called PEMRA. By the way, this, when it was originally founded, it was actually known as RAMBO, Regulatory Association Media Broadcasting something. It was actually, the project file said RAMBO on it. This is not a joke. So we have to deal with that regulator. We have to hire lawyers. We have to have an editorial committee, which again financed by us. We have to follow a code of conduct, which PEMRA has made with us, by the way. And then we have to also meander and balancing act we need to follow, given that the powers have FI on their side, they have customs on their side, they have FBR on their side. If the powers wanted, maybe also garbage will not be collected from around our offices and houses. Electricity lines can also be cut. I mean, there's a huge amount of leverage that the state has on media, right? Huge amounts of leverage. And look at the costs that you have to sustain to strive towards freedom and journalism. Versus in the digital world, they don't need to hire, they don't need to worry about PEMRA, they don't need to worry about editorial committee, they don't need to follow any code of conduct, they don't need to worry about lawyers, they don't need to worry about FIA, they don't need to worry about any of our agencies, they need to worry about customs, FBR, nothing, even FBR, by the way, because all the money is coming from outside, it's parked outside. So it is not a level playing field. And to compete with digital media, apart from what rest of the world's media has to do, it is extra challenging, right? And so sometimes in that competition, we don't want to have a race to unethical practices as well. And yet we also want to survive. So there is a balancing act. However, like I'd mentioned before, we are reaching almost 2 billion views, impression, pages, videos per month, and that has it's we do make money off it, but these are certain concerns. Just to give you some facts and figures, even now, majority people who have money and want to advertise, even now they primarily rely on TV. Procter & Gamble, Unilever's, they are the ones with the money. If they want to get to you, even if they want to get to the youth, where are they spending the money? Even now, 60, 70, 75% of the budgets are going to regular media. So, and they keep telling us, even those organizations who are focusing more on digital when they're on their ad spend, they keep telling us that unless they are also spending on TV, they don't get the impact. So, so there is still time for us to adjust and figure out the model, and eventually, advertising and subscription balancing act will have to happen in order for journalism to survive.
Thank you for your detailed answers. So for questions answer, when you raise your hand and you're given mic, you need to introduce yourself and please ask a short question, name the speaker you want to ask from, and we'll try to cover men and women 50% to maintain gender balance. Thank you. So we'll start with this side. Yes, please. We'll also club, I think, 3 questions
Yeah, 3
together.
questions in one round.
Yeah.
So, I am Zohaib, sir, from Kazakhstan University, student of MPhil Strategic Studies. Sir, my question is to Sir Gauri. Sir, don't you think we are change resilient people? Because once upon a time in history, when Ottoman king banned the printing press just to control the information, and now we are considering the chat GPT is an unethical and illegal thing that can replace hundreds of incompetent employees and the biggest invention of this century. Thank you very much.
Can you repeat the question?
So my question is, why we are considering ChatGPT is unethical and illegal thing that can replace hundred of incompetent employees and the biggest invention of this century?
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. Sohail Bhatt from the Asian Telegraph, Islamabad. I need to
Please
your
be loud.
I need your comments on the current situation at media industry, which are facing some issues like Copyright Act, implementation of label right, and media ownership monopoly. How you could combine and give him some output comments, please.
Who is the question from?
Sohail Bhatt. Sohail Bhatt. No, anyone.
Okay.
Or media expert.
Okay.
जी अच्छा
जी यहाँ please.
Yes, ma'am, Shabana, please.
Assalamu alaikum ji. Shabana Fayaz from Qaid-e-Azam University, Defense and Strategic Studies Department. Very interesting discussion on. I would like to seek the opinion of the Mir Sahab on a question that we all say that the media and social media, digital and print, should be a vehicle for social cohesion and integration and imparting some non-violent ideas as well. But if you look into the geo or the other harm or other TVs, all the, the especially entertainment industry, what really upsets is that the polarization in the society, and secondly is the aggression that is shown in all the best rated dramas. I really wonder, you people at the helm of, decision making, isn't there any code of conduct or ethical considerations that are taken into account while making such, shows? Thank you so much.
Ji, Mirza, we'll start with you. Two questions for you.
I think the first question was about copyright. Right.
Infringement of copyright.
Yeah. When Geo first came out, after a few months, we had to give a full page ad. And in that ad, we had like 60, 70 examples of different entities and people around the country who were using the brand name Geo. So there was Geo Soft, Geo Mumpali, Geo Petrol Pump, Geo Chicken, Geo Biryani, weird, or everybody has started. So when we printed that ad, we received a letter, many letters, but one was very interesting. So there was a guy who had written a letter with a picture, and he had a Geo sweet shop. He had a Geo sweet shop, and he had, aise take karke na, he had given a picture of his, behind was a Geo sweet shop, and in the letter he had complained, please, why haven't you put my picture also in the ad? So copyright sometimes is perceived as right to copy here, and so there are different challenges. However, there have been some improvements. PEMRA gets shot down a lot, but sometimes, with movies and dramas, when we complain to PEMRA, they have created a cell, so they do strike down on it. On the digital world, YouTube is very good at copyright claims, so we are getting increasing traction there. And there are associations in the country, private ones, the corporate associations, they're also getting increasingly more and more active. So there's still a lot to do, but I do think that there's some improvement as well in that area. I think the second question was to do with
role of social media in cohesion and
I think
societal cohesion. But
specific accusation was that why is there so much aggression in our dramas? I think it was more towards
Yes,
entertainment
yes.
side, and also polarization in media, I think. Well, there is a code of conduct. Frankly speaking, that code of conduct was created by Pakistan Broadcasting Association. I was the chairman at that time, and the Supreme Court had forced PEMRA and Pakistan Broadcast Association to sit down in one room and to create a code of conduct that we both agreed on. It took more than 3 days, and eventually the Supreme Court signed off on it. So actually, I think it's a great code of conduct. It was a good step. That code of conduct, it depends on the implementers. We had requested at that time that part of the regulation, you should include people from civil society and people who have background from the media who could be 50-50 representative in that code of conduct council. Unfortunately, most of the time the regulator is staffed with people who are supposed to answer to the beck and call of the powers of governments. And so they are not the most quality conscious people. They are not the most educated or sensitive people in this field. And so regulation can be improved on both ends. The entities who are being regulated, yes, as well as the regulator. So I think this back and forth will help improve things. I do things on the news side, for example, when we first started off, we would show blood with the bomb blast, if you remember, with the crime. And now, if you see, most of the media does not show that blood. In fact, we have a policy where we black and white the screen when blood is being shown, so that the footage is also, the viewer is not deprived of what the facts on the ground are, yet because sensationalism should be decreased, so we show that same blood footage in black and white instead. Second, for example, we have a disclaimer. Every time there's a sensitive content that comes on, we have a PNG sign which says, "Bache na." We warn the parents that if something's about to come on air, we give them about 30 seconds that if you should switch the channel or turn your children away. So these kind of evolutions are also there. There's some hope. I think sensationalism in general has reduced on the news side. On the drama side, our regulator was not so much focused. So one of the reasons is, you see, doctor will give good medicine to patient will get healthy, right? So the doctors now, we see that they're doing more and more job on the entertainment side as well, and you will see more and more improvement. But I agree with your point. There's a long way to go there as well. But just to let you know, Pakistani dramas are one of the best exports that we have in this country. And we should be very proud of the industry in general, how far we've come.
To tackle your question briefly, on ChatGPT and why should we criticize it? It is not a criticism. My understanding is that, when you go to schools and universities, you're supposed to learn, and then you basically need to express yourself. If, for example, through these, intelligent artificial tools, if you can pick up material which is not yours, the words which are not yours, you cannot. If the teacher has gone to a good school and if he or she is working hard, it's very hard to deceive, him or her. So technically, you will lose in the end. I can give you an example that, people like me who are dinosaurs walking, when I went to study abroad, a weekly assignment would require you to read at least 10 to 15 books. They were the assigned books, and you cannot finish them. But that means you would actually have to finish at least 2 or 3, because your teacher would actually ask you which of the 15 books you have read and where you're coming from when you're basically making an argument. Now because I also, teach at a university here, and I taught at Qadir University a course as well. Students want to get through their exams cheaply, and then they will request you to to give them good grades. Teachers will not, take those good grades home. Those grades are to be given. But if, for example, if you employ a language which is not, I think Pakistani students need to be slightly more intelligent, that if they actually want to employ these tools like ChatGPT, so they should focus or follow professors of Pakistani universities. Punjab University, Sindh University, Jamshoro University. Don't pick up material which has been written by professors from London School of Economics or Cambridge or Yale or Berkeley, because the moment those essays will be submitted, teacher will know that this is all plagiarized material, you know. And now, because students have also gone beyond that, they will pick up material from Chat GPT and apply a different, you know, software to change that, you know. So what the mindset is not of original research. The mindset is to deceive a teacher. That is what I'm saying. If you're using any tool, you know, to learn, to be, you know, a master of your whatever you're trying to do, that's fine. But if you think that you're using these tools, you can get away with, you know, something cheaply, then don't do it.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the next round of 3 questions, and I'll be a bit selfish here. I'll squeeze in my own question, 1 question per 3 questions to sort of engage. So I'll ask the first question, and the question is from Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, your work has touched upon sensitive geopolitical matters, and considering the proliferation of disinformation and its impact on global conflicts, how do you see responsible journalism navigating these complex landscapes, especially in regions where media manipulation is prevalent? And you can probably talk about one of the present conflicts as well. And since we're in Pakistan, people would be really interested in Palestine-Israel misinformation campaign, and you know your 2 cents on this. But I'll ask 2 questions further, and then you can comment.
From this side, if we take Mr. Saad Abbas.
Next.
Hello. My name is Saad, and I'm a digital specialist at IPRI. Okay, my question is from Sir Steve Cole and Dr. NHOE. In a future where technologies like Neuralink facilitate the direct transfer of information to our minds through AI platforms, questions arise about the definition of truth and individual beliefs. The potential dilemma lies in whether one's belief will be self-determined or influenced by the beliefs of the AI system. This raises concerns about the basis for defining morals in such a technologically advanced era. Will personal convictions still be a product of individual thought, or will they be shaped by the AI's understanding of truth and morality?
One. Next, I'll come to you.
Thank you for giving an opportunity to ask a question. My name is Atif Siddiq, and I'm working as a research associate in Quran Covenant Center, an initiative by Mr. Ahmed Bilal Sufi. So my question is from both of the meets. Anyone can comment, and it would be glad if both will comment. So in context of Pakistan, how do you see role and ability of media to influence public perceptions of issues by constructing the issue or discussion of a subject in a certain way, which is referred to as framing in media's term? And secondly, the process whereby media influence how public view politicians by emphasizing criteria that make them look either good or bad, which is referred to as priming in media's term. So how do you see Pakistani media in context of framing and priming, and role of government on regulating both framing and priming? Thank you.
We'll take this question. I think you should. Boris will take it. So, yes, Steve, over to you.
Well, thanks. So, yeah, on the good question you asked about navigating propaganda, let's just call it that for shorthand, in the midst of a conflict. Of course, this is an old problem, but like so many in media, it has sort of accelerated and become a thicker problem. That is to say, there is so much deliberate effort by combatants, whether they're governments or insurgents, wage information campaigns in parallel to kinetic or military campaigns. In the case of Israel-Gaza, Israel and Hamas, and the war underway in Gaza, one thing that's striking is how sophisticated both sides are, and how from the very first 24 hours of the conflict, both sides mobilized highly resourced and effective information campaigns, a mix of truthful statements and outright propaganda, which again makes a journalist's job of sorting fact from lie all the more complicated, because you can't just assume that either side is always reliable or unreliable. So what do you do, I think was your question. And we've seen incident after incident of news controversies in Gaza since the war broke out around claims of responsibility for one episode or another. The strikes, particularly in Gaza, where there were competing claims of responsibility. The traditional answer, as any reporter or editor of journalists will know, working journalists, not commentators, but reporters will know, is that the only way to get around that is to go to the scene yourself and sort it out. You have to be present on the ground in order to navigate an environment that is this polluted with deliberately manufactured false information. And then you have the problem of, well, can you actually get access to the sites that are generating these important controversies in the public sphere? And if you cannot, then you really must be careful not to get caught up in other people's information campaigns. It requires sometimes staying silent when your competitors or other news organizations are rushing forward with confident claims of what happened. So either you get there yourself and sort it out for yourself, or you proceed carefully. And then the second thing that I think journalists can do, and which is increasingly relevant to the kind of environment we've been talking about all afternoon here, is to report on the information campaign itself. See propaganda as a subject in real time. What is the structure of it? Who's carrying it out? Hold it accountable. Try to make transparent where the lies are coming from and who's manufacturing them. Not just to sit there passively and let them wash over you and complicate your own role as an aspiring truth teller, but turn around and make propaganda a subject. And I think it's increasingly a relevant choice because it's increasingly important in the way wars are actually conducted.
Thank you, Steve. Now I'll move to Dr. Anna. You can respond to the question from Mr. Saad.
Okay.
Dr. Anna?
Yeah, now you can hear me. You can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Did you get the question from Mr. Saad?
Yeah, can you? I was going to ask you, like, can you repeat it one more time, or can you rephrase it, because I cannot really clearly hear it.
Okay.
Or the
Yeah.
chairman, can you rephrase it
Doctor.
for me?
Yes, I can. Okay, my question is that in a future where technologies like Neuralink facilitate the direct transfer of information to our minds through AI platforms, questions arise about the definition of truth and individual beliefs. The potential dilemma lies in whether one's belief will be self-determined or influenced by the beliefs of the AI system. This raises concerns about the basis for defining morals in such a technologically advanced era. Will personal convictions still be a product of individual thought, or will they be shaped by the AI's understanding of truth and morality?
Okay. Thank you. It's a very profound question, and I don't know if I can give you like a full answer, but I'll just share what I think about it. And yeah, anyway, our perspective and our thoughts are shaped by other people's thought anyway, and AI is the product of the people's thought. And today we talk about how the media is like shaping our thoughts, and but we more focus on the supply side, the people, how people are like the how to regulate these like the propagandas, and but I think we should more focus on the education of people, the receiver, because nowadays we are living that everybody is a journalist. Every individual is becoming a journalist these days. In the old days, the legacy media, the one who has the power, shaped the public opinion. And nowadays they still have a power, but we have we are experiencing the shift of the power, and every individual is becoming a journalist. So I think by just regulating and thinking about how we are going to change regulation for there's a limit in doing it, and we should more to educate people in to critically evaluate the information and critical thinking, and they can keep doubting on the information they get and try to expose themselves to the different side of the information, and in that way maybe we can solve those problems. And as Ms. Saad asked, that maybe those technologies can shape our beliefs and thinking. Yes, that can happen, but I also believe that those thoughts are also shaped by human, and we human can put more effort on educating people in thinking critically. And I hope that it can be an answer.
Thank you, Anna, for your
Thank you.
answer. Mr. Gori.
I think what I will actually ask about, to speak a bit about framing and priming.
And the role of government.
Yeah, the role of government, or the role of, I'll add to it, the people who become the government and then lose the government. What actually we have seen in the last 20 years here, that propaganda has been employed as a weapon. And we knew that, within 5 to 6 years, when we started off with broadcasting, electronic broadcasting, many of you would not actually have or did not have the smartphones, but that the moment you were equipped with the machines, there was a desire, and which can be respected as well. There's a desire by everybody to present him or herself as a mini journalist. And terms like citizen journalism were employed, as if everybody who has a smartphone, who has the ability to record an event and edit and broadcast it. Now, as panelists have discussed, that while we believe, journalists, that whatever we were trying to produce as far as news was concerned, not as a comment, it has to be truthful. You need to trust us, because we cannot broadcast something which does not have credibility, and then give your feedback. What is actually happening is that, because when the television started in Pakistan, there was an attempt that Pakistani television in the beginning would copy the model of Pakistan television. The model started as a hybrid model. So all television channels, the first 2 or 3, the major news networks, will actually have programs for children. There will be program for women. There will be program for men, and then not just politics, social program as well. But when I think when the economic challenge hit us, when the advertising was taken away, when the advertising was blocked, when the channels were blocked, so we were reduced to produce what I describe as not television but visual radio. So what we do is that we'll actually create a studio, and we'll start bringing in 2, 3, 4 people, primarily politicians, and discuss the politics of that day, not an issue of the week or issue of the month or your issue or Pakistan's issues. So what actually happens is that the politicians, when they realize that they might lose the game, the political game, they got themselves involved in propaganda. People who would readily come to our program started saying that, listen, I will not come as a panel, I will come alone, And then what actually happened is they actually wanted their message to be hammered to people. Every day, same message, every day, same message. And then in the last 10 years, what we saw is that Pakistan's, younger audiences, one, they, stopped watching, more or less, stopped watching television. They started watching television on their telephones. And then they started making up their mindset that this person is rightful, Sadiq or Amin, and these are corrupt. So if there are people who are basically pushing the Sadiq and Amin's case, they are right people. If somebody is saying that, the corrupt person is maybe corrupt, but not that corrupt, the stories did not stick. There were attempts to prosecute those people for 9 years. The government did not succeed. Then another 4 years, the government did not succeed. So our idea is that, listen, if you actually want to put a blame on somebody, take them to the court procedure. You want to prosecute them properly, and then punish them. But we saw that, those politicians come back. And then, the audiences started making their judgment calls as if we are pushing certain people. And in a country where we do not have specialized talkers, professors do not come to speak, on programs about economy, about sociology, about geography, about climate change. No, we only have, one breed, which is called politicians. In the morning, they start calling us that, listen, I'm available in the evening if you can bring us on the program. And we have politicians who will speak about women issues, about Islam, about economy, about something. So in that, the concept, which is a theoretical concept, might, come across as a stable and very viable subject. But it does not actually apply here in Pakistan, where we do not actually have, a broadcasting platforms and media, which is as broad as you see on international platforms.
Thank you. Next round of questions. Where's the mic?
If you don't mind, I'll just, if I could just jump back in. I'm fascinated by the comments
Mr.
about
Steve,
citizen journalism. And as a journalism educator, I just want to make a couple of quick points. One is that speaking about citizen journalists and the idea that we're all journalists now, it's unarguable, it's true. We are all capable of carrying out the function of journalism because we carry around smartphones that enable us to record in video and photography important events as eyewitnesses, just as journalists do. And in fact, the profession of journalism recognizes increasingly the importance of citizen videos. In the US, the catalytic murder of George Floyd by a police officer would not have become a public event had not a citizen, a 17-year-old girl standing as an eyewitness, had the courage to take out her cell phone and record what was happening. And in fact, professional journalists, if I can use that phrase, increasingly must recognize the role that individual, untrained volunteer citizens can play. But I think recognize that there is a function of journalism. It's not just people volunteering to tell stories. There is a function of journalism which is based in reporting truth or trying to capture a reality as a witness. And so it's not just your opinion that makes you a citizen journalist. It's your contribution to the public interest by carrying out the function of journalism. And and then as Munir Saab said, people are always talking about paying for reporters' salaries. Why should we pay for reporters' salaries? The answer is because to carry out the function of journalism in an open society, you actually do need to be trained in the methods of fact-finding. It's, as we say in the journalism education business, it's not as hard to become a good reporter as it is to become a neurosurgeon. But it's not as easy as just walking across the street with a notebook. It takes some preparation. You need to understand how public records work. You need to understand how to interview people in difficult circumstances. You need, these days, to figure out how to verify whether a photograph on social media is fake or not. These are teachable subjects, but they require concentration and professional development. And so we need to pay the salaries of people who know how to do this work if we want to be informed societies.
Thank you, Steve, for actually adding this aspect of functional and professional journalism and differentiate it from citizen journalism. Mike, ये इधर आगे लें. Mic on.
Hello. My question is from Mr. Amir Gauri. Apasab, you are being a professional journalist and editor of the News International. I need to know your take on citizen journalism. कहते हैं कि ज़बान खल्क को नकारा खुदा समझ. तो जितना मैंने आपकी बात से समझा है कि आपने ज़्यादातर इस सिटीजन जर्नलिज्म को क्रिटिसाइज किया है. तो how much you and your newspaper and your own mindset as a journalist has changed. Media communication is evolving with this social media, digital media, phone, people, public involving in it. So need your take on it. How much you and your newspaper and your own mindset as a journalist has been changed on it.
Can you also introduce yourself?
Thank you. Noreen Janjua from Geo News Islamabad.
आगे ले आइए फ्रंट रो पे.
Assalamu alaikum. Muhammad Arshad from Ministry of Health. Just one question. Whatever we have saw during last 2 years in our socio-political landscape, whatever happened, the biggest loss, as I see being a citizen, the hope and confidence loss of our city youth, especially. Being an industry, being a media industry, do you realize it is your own responsibility without any kind of visible or invisible choreography, how we can return back this confidence and hope to our youth in themselves and in the future of Pakistan? Thank you.
Mir Sahab, I think that question is from you. We'll take a third question. Both of them.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. So my question is to our distinguished international guest, Mr. Steve Call. And my question is, if we pitch today's debate in the domain of societal security, and specifically, if we talk about cognitive operations, so as Mr. Steve Call has written very wonderful books and contributed to the domain of knowledge by writing Ghost Wars and Directorate S. So I want to take your take that, according to your point of view, what are the relevant actors that can help to find the answers in this debate? And also, can you enlighten us about the mechanism or the methods that whether you think that the intelligence sharing among the stakeholders, or is it the international legal framework that can help to find the answers? And my second question is to our both international distinguished guests, and to give a bit of context, the kind of debate that Professor Noam Chomsky is introducing at international level about the role of artificial intelligence vis-a-vis the human intelligence. What do you think? To what extent, when you talked about Mr. Steve Call about the potential risk of usage of artificial intelligence. So my question is to both guests, to what extent artificial intelligence could be detrimental for the human intelligence? Thank you very much.
So I think first question on citizen journalism from Mr. Gori.
I think there is a great value to citizen journalism if, because no news organization can be everywhere. I can give you an example that the biggest broadcaster in the world, BBC, does not actually have correspondents based all over the world. But what they did do is they take news services from Reuters and other news agencies like AFP, DPA, whatever. But there is ability to send their cameraman first there, or at least try to. So, but what actually happens is now that if you have, and Steve Call has very, I think rightly mentioned the difference between a citizen journalist, that if you happen to be at a place where a story is happening, you record it, you broadcast it. And then as news organization, what we use is that we employ other means and try to basically look at that one event which is happening at one place and basically try to give you a complete picture to our audiences, to our readers, that, for example, if the government needs to be involved, like he gave an example of, when Mr. Floyd was, being tortured by the American police. We have seen so many of, events in Pakistani social media platforms where somebody recorded an event in a distant district and broadcast it. The thing is that one event can create anger, reaction, bigger crime than what is actually being seen. So what actually happens is that when it comes to us, we have the ability to kickstart that process that where we ask our correspondents to get engaged with the government, the other authorities, and say that what is the reaction, so that the whole picture is presented next day, if in case of newspaper, or in the next bulletin if you're on television. So while there is respect and for the courage, if they're recording an event and value to whatever they're trying to do, but because they do not go through what Steve Cole has just said, the process of journalism, if they're not trained, because whatever you are recording on a phone is double picture, is a double story, sorry, is one story which you do not know. You only know that it is happening. The other story will be told by your machine, exactly like a television. A reporter is telling a story and the camera is telling a story. If reporter's story is weaker than the camera story, the reporter will lose interest as far as the audience is concerned. But the thing is that if you have not gone through the process of journalism, you know that a story has to be, one, factually right, legally right, and socially responsible. The credibility of it has to be, because now what we have seen in the age of fake media, people have created stories. And I'll give you one example where two boys in Karachi, dressed in school uniforms and sitting, in one place, very short focus. And they said that, listen, our parents do not have the money to pay to our school the fees. So what we do is we prepare ourselves to go to school. We come here, spend all day here in the streets, and go back telling us to, within hours, that story became a viral story. And even some of the television networks picked it up. By the evening, those two boys were found. So the thing is, what was citizen journalism? A person was recording those two boys. He was creating a fake story, and basically playing with the emotions of the people. So citizen journalism is one thing. Every smartphone does not have a smart mind behind it. That was my point.
Thank you. Now we'll move to second question on loss of hope from youth of Pakistan in past 2 years, and you being a media industry, what thoughts would you like to share?
That's a very, very difficult question. I don't know if I can answer it, but I'll try to attempt to at least give some context to how I would look at that problem. Earlier, there was a question also asked about framing and public perception. So I think the two are linked together. I would answer that and this one together. I think we exaggerate how much power media has to influence public perception. Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Definitely exists. But the analogy I'd like to give is that if the road is turning towards the right, we can steer it sharper right or towards the left, but still veer towards the right. So we can be in the rightmost lane, middle lane, or left lane. But if the road is turning right, we have to turn right. So road is the environment, the social fabric, what society is going through at that time. We can take sharper turns or we can take wider turns. We can't go the other way. The minute you take too sharp of a turn, we'll go off the ramp. We'll become too sensational, for example. If we become too sensational, so the society is going right, but if we go more right, we become too sensational and we lose advertising, we lose brand, we lose credibility. And if the society is going right, but we go towards the left, right, we lose popularity. So actually, it's a very healthy framework, because it realizes that it's a balanced world. You don't have that much power. B, there's some market economics which are stabilizing you. It's forcing you to center yourself. Now, given that context, I don't know how much we can do about hope. If the society is going, if the road is going towards hopelessness, us trying to sell hope will get us off track, right? We'll become too incredible. So we have to move with the society. Having said that, there can be some conscious attempts not to sensationalize despondency. Having said that, there can be some attempts to highlight certain, positive initiatives that are happening in the country. So, wo zimmedari hai, yes, but in every society, when instability increases, there's a yearning for stability, and a lot of societies and human nature becomes open to giving up certain rights for the sake of that stability. Right? Unfortunately, our society has been forced to give up certain rights, and yet there is not that much stability. So we have to get one thing right. If it was up to me, I would get the economic stability right first. Even though, frankly, I should be the brand ambassador for other liberties, other civil liberties, right? That's where I make my money. But to be honest with you, the environment is so dire, economically speaking, that until we get that part right, the other freedoms won't exist until the state exists. So our focus, I think, collectively should be helping whoever the decision maker is, making the right decisions. What happens is, and we're part of this problem, that we focus on who came and sat on this seat versus who was supposed to sit on this seat. The Green Book has given us a roadmap on who should sit on this seat, and we keep on focusing on, you have put the wrong person on this seat. And the person who sits on the seat also is focusing on sitting on the seat and remaining clinging to the seat. They don't focus on all the promises they made to themselves and other people on what they would do once they get on the seat, right? Problem where, yes, because it's sexier to report on what were the legalities and what was the power politics behind whoever sat on the seat. And we don't focus as much attention on, all right, whoever is on the seat, why have you not made those decisions that you were supposed to make? Why isn't that bridge made? Why isn't that school made in time? Or why is it too expensive to make the hospital? So instead of focusing, perhaps right now it's more difficult, and also survival will also be more challenging for us as an entity, as an industry, to focus on who should be on the seat. Maybe we should focus a little bit more time on whoever's on the seat, why aren't they making the right decisions? And getting the economic viability back on track. It's a balancing act, but I'm more these days veering towards this end. And that also might lead us back to a hopeful track.
Thank you, Mr. Mir, for detailed answer. And now I'll move to Steve, who have been posed 2 questions.
I thought you were going to remind me of the 2 questions, but I think I recall the first one, which was about, if I understood it correctly, how we tackle the AI revolution across borders. Was that the
How
form of the question?
detrimental is AI to human intelligence?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not the sort of scientist who can answer that from original authority, but I think as we come to terms with the advice we receive from experts and creators of AI, as well as the visions of investors and corporations that are developing these tools very rapidly, largely outside of government regulation, I think, the way one way to think about it is by analogy, because we're at the beginning of a very disruptive series of interlocking changes, and they will have global impact. So do we think that the future of AI, in the challenges and benefits that it creates, is closer to the social media revolution or closer to climate change or other problems that we were slow to recognize as a global community and slow to regulate? The reason I ask the question that way is because if AI emerges as a kind of traditional set of changes in the way media and communication function, then national governments will get all over it, because national governments want to control communication within their borders. And there will be a struggle to regulate successfully and to prevent kind of bottom-up innovation that challenges political norms. But we're familiar with that struggle between governments and communicators, and usually the government wins. Climate change, or say certain kinds of ethical problems in biology, require international cooperation because they cannot be managed within borders. No one country can prevent a global cataclysm in the case of climate, for example, or in the case of pandemics. So is AI more like a pandemic as a structure of kind of a challenge to government regulation and thinking, or is it more like communication? I don't know. When I listen to the experts, what I hear is that they think it's more like climate change and a pandemic, and that we need urgent international cooperation. And as the person who asked the question said, I think she used the phrase intelligence sharing, but what we're really talking about is cross-border cooperation that may involve, as pandemics do, opening up trade secrets and other matters that corporations or governments normally guard jealously in order to prevent a kind of international crisis.
Thank you, Steve. I'd also like to pose this question to Dr. Anna as well. If Dr. Anna, do you have any comments on the question whether AI would be detrimental to human intelligence?
Yes, because time is running, I'll go short. We have experienced the AI which curated the information, and now we are facing the AI. It evolves that creates content, and what we are worrying nowadays is that AI might control our humans. So it is evolving. And when the beginning of the computer age, there was the prospect of a utopia that the globe is going to flat and there's not going to be any nationalism, no war. People will together. It's going to be small world, but actually it goes opposite. So all the a prospect or that even the experts made, we cannot be sure. It goes so wrong. It goes so opposite, and the disaster always come in an unexpected way. So we never know. I want to say that we are fear of AI controlling our human. And it's true that the intelligence of AI, I heard that the intelligence of IQ of AI is already like 170, and it's gonna be like smarter and smarter. So what we need to do is we have to educate. We have to utilize the AI to educate our human beings. Like we talk about the media and journalism. I totally agree with Mr. Steve Call's opinion on journalism. We have to train. They need some kind of training, and it has a special role for journalism. It is different from like a citizen journalism, but citizen journalism also has a virtue. And what we have to do is we have to put more effort on not only we should like move our perspective larger, broader to the every individual, that everybody can be can be trained to be like a journalist, maybe and that I think we can utilize the technology, especially AI, for giving education and educating people and train them and their mindset, critically analyzing all the information and becoming a more suitable people to live in an AI era. So that is the hope that we can think of. And I always believe that human beings will find a way to tackle all these challenges. Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna. And I saw some raised hands, but unfortunately, we'll be concluding this session because we have run out of time. And I would like to thank the audience for taking keen interest and posing really great questions to the speakers. I'd also like to thank the panelists for taking out the time, share their knowledge and expertise and opinions. And we have learned a lot today. And to be very honest, understanding a problem is half the solution. And to a very large extent, we have been able to put some sort of pattern in today's discussion. And last but not the least, I would like to thank Dr. Raza Mohammed, President IPRI, IPRI leadership, and the team who made this possible. Pakistan needs such forums where we can openly debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, forum moderator. Thank you, forum moderator. Thank you, speakers. Kindly please remain on the stage. For the mementos, I'll request Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed to present mementos to our distinguished speakers and forum moderator, Mr. Mir Ibrahim Rahman, Mr. Amir Ghori, and a forum moderator, Mr. Hamza. And thank you, Dr. Anna Choi and Mr. Steve, for joining us online and for your valuable input. Now, I'll request the panelists for a group photograph on the stage. Thank you very much. The participants are requested to proceed for refreshments organized in the marquee next to the hall, and kindly reconvene back to the hall by 5:20 so that we can have our special session on the international law. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Kindly return back to the hall. Everybody is requested to return back to the hall so that we can start off with the Forum on International Law. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly return back to the hall, settle down so that we can start off with the special forum on international law. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Margalla Dialogue Special Forum on Efficacy of the International Legal Order. Kindly, everybody is requested to move back to the hall and settle down so that we can start off with the Forum on International Law. चले आगे वो तो मैं क्या करूँ चले ओके उनको हम Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Margalla Dialogue Special Forum on Efficacy of the International Law. Before we proceed, I request you all to switch your phones on the silent mode. The moderator for this forum is Ms. Maham Naveed, Chair International Law, Islamabad Policy Research Institute. Welcome to the forum, Ms. Maham. In this special forum, we have two speakers. Our first speaker is Mr. Ahmed Bilal Sufi, Founder, Research Society of International Law, RSIL, Pakistan. The second speaker is Dr. Atalia Tanzi, Chair of International Law, University of Bologna, Italy. Thank you, sir, joining for. I now request Chair International Islamabad Policy Research Institute, Ms. Maham Naveed, to commence with the forum proceedings.
Thank you, Amna. And thank you to everyone who stayed this late for our final special forum of the Margalla Dialogue. So needless to say, I'm going to say it at the outset that international law right now is on a slippery slope. So in light of that, this session will focus on the international legal order as a cornerstone of diplomacy and governance. We aim to look at the efficacy of the international legal order and how recent years have posed a threat to the very fabric of international law. The past couple of years have seen an array of global crises, from the COVID-19 pandemic to the illegal occupations of Jammu and Kashmir and the Gaza Strip. The aim today is to envision a world where international law serves as a potent force for peace and cooperation, and to chart a path forward towards stability and prosperity of an interconnected world. With that, I'm going to dive into my first question for Professor Tanzi. Tanzi, how do you view the efficacy of the international legal order in a consent-based system? Do you feel that consent-based systems such as international law can effectively resolve or mitigate conflicts?
Well, first of all, let me just take a second to thank the organizer, IPRI, in the person of its president, and his wonderful team, yourself included. And I'm also very privileged to be sitting next to you in this panel together with a co-panelist of the intellectual caliber of my colleague, distinguished Esquire Amr Sophie. That being said, the question is hard. We are talking about the efficacy of a system of law, which, as you rightly said, is very much based on consent. We don't have an international parliament above the subjects of the law as we have in domestic jurisdictions. Now, I would be either a disingenuous liar or a naive idealist if I were to say that international law is, particularly at this juncture, a very effective legal system. I would regard international law at this juncture again very much as the accused or the patient. Is international law responsible for the shortcomings around the difficulties and even the atrocities that are underway this very moment in different parts of the world? Whenever the kind so horrific occurs, the immediate question from the layman or woman spontaneously comes to the effect, what is the international legal system doing? What are the United Nations doing? Now, again, going back to the conceptual pillar of your question, consent-based system, or if not consent-based, customarily based system, a system where the rules are produced because it goes without saying that that is the way you should be doing. When is it that you have a customary rule or a consent-based rule? When everybody perceives that that is the right rule. And it is not necessarily a matter for the law in and of itself. If the rule reflects the social values generally shared by a given community, the rule will be complied with spontaneously. In international law, you have to consider international society and politics. So I would consider international law in three ways that will enable us, for each of us in this room, to come with his or her own judgment. Namely, the law as a set of rules, the law as a common language for communication, you mentioned as a tool for international relations. Is it a common language for those who operate in international relations? And thirdly, a lens through which, or the thermometer by which to test the state of health, not of the law, but the law as a thermometer of the state of health of a given society. It is impossible for you to say that you have a healthy, efficient, effective legal system in a fragmented society. So I think that nowadays we are witnessing not so much, or not only, or not primarily the crisis of international law, as much as the difficulty of the legal system to come to terms with a society, an international society, which is in a big crisis. And it's polarized. So there is no homogeneity, no generally shared social, ethical values, which may form the basis, prior to consent, of a customary perceived basis of the law. But, and if I may go back to a quotation of a father of international law with special regard to a dramatic body of international law, the laws of warfare, a Russian diplomat and lawyer of the beginning of the last century, who was one of the founding fathers of the first peace conference of The Hague of 1899, Martens, from whose name we have the Martens Clause applicable to the laws of warfare. He said, the shortcomings and the imprecisions of international law and its rules is but the byproduct of the shortcomings and imprecisions of the legal systems and the political domestic orders of the international society that is being made by the community of nation states. And now if we look, and I will come to a close, if we look at the internal situations of so many countries around the world, they themselves reflect a high degree of disorientation, of dishomogeneity inside themselves. They're going crazy, upside down. How can you imagine an international community, an orderly international community, made up of states whose society are confused, disorientated, polarized? So concepts like common sense or conventional wisdom, there are so many countries where there is no common sense or conventional wisdom. That makes the life of international law a very difficult one. I may come by the end of this panel with some proposition based on the lessons learned over the last 24 hours, which are absolutely enlightening and give me a spell of hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. And so my next question is for Mr. Sufi. So when we talk about the international community and a combined set of morality, how effective do you feel international law has been in safeguarding and promoting Pakistan's position as a sovereign state? And about Pakistan's overall relationship with international law since its inception?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank President IPRI, General Raza, and Inam Saab, and their team, which have put together this wonderful dialogue and provided us an opportunity to have someone like the professor here as a special guest from Italy. He is one of the leading names in international law, and his work is worth looking at. Someone can do a PhD on his entire work that he has been doing. And he comes from one of the oldest universities in the world, University of Bologna in Italy. I think such interactions are extremely significant for us to know each other, to understand the legal aspects, and also to develop a legal grid of cooperation across countries, where we try and communicate with each other concerns that we may have about the world outside us and the world may have about us. And this brings me to, Maham, your point. Thank you for putting this together. You have been in your efforts, I understand, for last several months to get the professor here despite his preoccupation at various places in Europe. The reason why we think this is important and your question is important is that is Pakistan able to gain something from international law? If I could rephrase this, my answer is in the affirmative, and yes, and a very vehement yes. Firstly, from 1945 UN Charter, we were created in 1947. So our boundaries have been guaranteed by international law. The UN Charter tells us that every state has acquired a territory and now it has a title to that territory, and that title is guaranteed and underwritten by the discipline of international law. Meaning, our armed forces, our police, and others have now a duty that in the event of any intervention, unlawful intervention, we push it back. But we in all other countries have to be in line with our global commitments, and we have this comfort that our territory or any part thereof cannot be arbitrarily taken away. Before this, there were wars, there were attacks, there were invasions, and through invasions you would claim title. Through aggression you would acquire territory. So the entire history of last 1,000 or 2,000 years, for that matter, tells us. But the UN Charter, which is a milestone of international law discipline, stopped everything. It says, stop, no wars. War is illegal. So if Pakistan has come up as a new state, it has a complete freedom, and without fearing it will be attacked. The title is secure. So you as your society grow scientifically, do the research, develop in any direction, in literature, in progress, in science, in history, in sociology, whatever sort of discipline. And we saw this throughout the world, because the wars were stopped by international law. And when the wars are stopped, the energy of every society is towards work, inventions, and development. And in the last 70 years of the UN Charter, we actually noticed this, that the rate of progress of international community has gone to a level which is unbelievable. So I think we Pakistanis also have to draw our share from that development. The laziness has been on our part considerably, unfortunately. We have chosen not to work as hard as the opportunities present themselves. No other country has invaded Pakistan in the last 70 years. And whatever wars we've had, more in the nature of skirmishes, non-international armed conflict, which will diffuse within a matter of days. We have threats. Those threats are pronouncing internally through those threats apart. but the outright invasion has not been there. So that gives you a space for development. So I think Pakistan, obviously, since the law is progressing, retains that space to progress. We should also be aware that international law, as Professor was saying, is a global discipline. There are issues, there are fissures in it. You know, Palestine, PLO, Palestine is one such injury mark, which is creating an image of international law is nowhere. Kashmir is another, but it's just like a body which is otherwise functioning, but is carrying two serious diseases that needs to be looked after.
Thank you. And from what you said about Palestine, Kashmir, and and arbitrary actions by state, Professor Tanzi, do you feel that in light of that, that the current international legal framework is robust enough to effectively tackle challenges of human rights, and particularly then when they're placed against the balance of state sovereignty? We've seen Ukraine, we've seen Kashmir, we've seen Palestine. So how robust does the mechanism have to be?
Well, thank you, Maham. I'll try to reply to your question as it has been drafted. And I was captured by the word robust. I equated the international legal system to either a culprit or a patient. So, and a sick person is not robust. So I wouldn't say that the international legal system is enjoying a state of health to the extent that it is robust and therefore may function effectively with particular regard to extreme situations. So you may ask a weak body to walk even without a stick, but you can't ask a weak body to jump 2 meters a bar. Now, I would like to distinguish between human rights, the body of international human rights proper, and international humanitarian law, which are not the same thing. The international humanitarian law is the body of law which regulates armed conflict, either civil conflicts or international conflicts. There has been debate among diplomats and lawyers about the respect of the body of human rights, law within the framework of international humanitarian law. That is a very specific part of the discussion. But for the sake of a wider discussion, let me say that I see a development of the international human rights law process in a rather schizophrenic way. As my colleague Sophie was saying, there has been a fairly impressive high degree of development in the basic human rights standards generally taken around the world, which are standards that have not eradicated poverty, obviously, or many other injustices, human trafficking, for example, just to mention one very topical scourge these days. But still, there has been major improvement, and not just in the Western world at all. I mean, if you go to look at Latin America and Africa, and I believe to a large extent in Asia, Maham, for example, a landmark convention which is on the margins of the body of human rights law. It's between human rights law and environmental law. We have an international convention within the pan-European region, which starts from Central Asia down to Great Britain, providing for the right to information, participation, and access to justice with regard to environmental relevant governmental and sub-governmental decisions. Now we know how wide a part of our life environmental law covers. Right to natural resources, to food, to a clean environment and the rest of it. Now, many countries are cornered. Many authorities are cornered by civil society who are given this privilege. And you will say, oh, but this may be pan-European, but still it's Western from us. Amazingly, a few years later, which is probably 4 years ago, a copy and pasted convention has been adopted in Latin America. And the movement is growing forward. And this gives me one of the few elements of optimism within a rather gloomy picture. The potential role of civil society in setting out a better international community. And the tool that international law has provided for this venue to be workable, viable, states have slowly relinquished their sovereignty in order to find also support. And I will close with this very technical and pragmatic example. I've been involved in many negotiations of environmental, or many instruments, but particularly environmental law instruments. And there are galore of NGOs representatives that sit in these negotiating forums, providing tremendous amount of skilled, competent contribution to the debate. So it is also convenient for states to avail themselves of a regulated expression from the civil society. When it comes to international humanitarian law, you mentioned Palestine. I mean, how can you say anything which is of an optimist nature about what is going on when you've seen terrible scenes on the TV set? It has been recalled yesterday. But I would say that there is a failure. The failure of the law is the failure of the human being. And after all, I think that if you take the code of criminal law of many countries around the world, I call it the codification of the attempt to curb madness. If you look at the list of crimes that are enlisted in the criminal code, let alone crimes against humanity and war crimes and the rest of it, I mean, everyone in this room must be mad if he or she were to consider to incurring any of the crimes listed in the criminal code. And we in this room and in this city and in many other cities of the world, we don't do any such thing because we would infringe upon the criminal code. It's spontaneous. So I think that these terrible situations, I mean, when you see a murder, when you see organized crimes being carried out systematically in a country, it's not because of a failure of the law, it's a failure of society. It's a failure of the human being. And my last remark is that against this background, the law sets the aspirational standards of a given society. You can't say, oh, there is systematic breach of the criminal code in this country. There is mafia. Mafia does horrible things around the world. So let's do away with the criminal code because it doesn't fight effectively mafia. Shall we do away with international law because we think that international law is useless with regard to Crimea or Palestine? No, I think that we have to keep the standards of what we perceive should be the standards of civil social relations. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Sufi, when we talk about the aspirational standards and we talk about Pakistan, we see a tug between human rights and national security, as a lot of scholars have commented on. So, from an international law standpoint, how do you feel Pakistan balances the human rights versus state sovereignty paradigm?
Thank you very much. Challenge, big challenge, of course. And I think the challenge is there because, on one hand, any country which is facing terrorism or has competing obligations, as we say, on one hand, Maham, there is an obligation that the state must take action against non-state actors and terrorists and undertake counterterrorism operations through military, through police, through entities of the state. So that's one set of obligations. And then there is a competing set of obligation that once you do that, you have to also uphold human rights law or international humanitarian law. So you have a set of conventions or international law on the right hand, which says you have to honor CCP, ICCPR, International Covenant, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Geneva Conventions, Common 3, Protocols of the Geneva Convention. And on this hand, you have a stack of obligations under 1373 and counterterrorism obligations. You have to undertake operations. You must undertake operations. You must clean. You must not let your soil to be misused against other states. International rogue elements are present. Take action. And when you take action, that action comes into serious scrutiny under human rights framework. And if you recall, Sri Lanka had to face that. On one hand, I remember meeting the foreign minister of Sri Lanka. He was facing these investigations by the United Nations Human Rights offices in Geneva. So on one hand, and he told me, on one hand, we are asked to undertake actions against terrorists, and on the other hand, when we do that, that operations comes into serious scrutiny. So how to create a balance? Now that balance is where you are able to, which is often difficult, but somehow the states have to manage. Because all said and done, a state is a responsible entity versus a non-state actor. A state is expected to perform its work, its operation, as much as possible in accordance with law, which is Article 4 of our Constitution, and at the same time, its international law framework as well. So the state has to have legal apparatus, a legal framework to undertake what it's doing. So it has to detain people in order to pacify them, in order to neutralize the threat which is waging war on the state, then you have to have a legal framework for that. If you don't have a legal framework and you undertake those detentions without legal framework, then we have a problem. So I remember 2010-11 operations in Pakistan, we had an issue, and then a legal framework of internment framework had to be evolved to create a balance between human rights and obligation to undertake law enforcement operations. Similarly, the cases of privacy. Can you do the wiretapping? Can you undertake interceptions? And then the question also is that once you arrest these people, how do you bring proof against them to bring them on the prosecution chain? Yet another challenge for a state. Now, for that, you have to again innovate legal tools, laws, where you can identify that intelligence interception can become also evidence gathering at the same time. Now, only a law can make this declaration. So if you have a law which says, if you intercept communication of the terrorists that they are planning to move from, let's say, Afghanistan, New Delhi, Brussels, they're getting instructions, and then they are moving to Lahore and they'll be piloting, but all those intercepts are being heard. That collection of intelligence information should be declared evidence gathering through interception. It could be warrants of interception, it could be warrants of surveillance. That UK has such laws, and I think US has such laws, FISA and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is that the state has an obligation to create a robust legal structure which also rhymes well with international standards of human rights. States have done it. Pakistan has also done it considerably well. So far, there has not been allegation on Pakistan and on the law enforcement operations by any international investigating authority. There have been individual complaints, surely, by certain think tanks here and there. But if you look at, let's say, ICC, International Criminal Court, they have undertaken investigations in Afghanistan operations by the US forces. They have conducted inquiries by UK, Australian forces, excesses they have committed. But lo and behold, so far, in terms of operations conducted within Pakistan, such investigations have not come to light in terms of the fact when they look at these. So the balance is always a tough assignment. It's a tough undertaking.
Thank you. I wanted to jump in on this, and I'm pleased that you refer to, in looking for a balance between human rights and national security, you refer to privacy. Or, well, the same issues that you raised with regards to investigations and sometimes hidden investigations is ever more acute with respect to the physical world when it comes to the cyberspace.
Right.
And I've been confronted with the issue of striking this balance, Maham, having directed a couple of years back a research project sponsored by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in order to set the Italian position on the law applicable to cyberspace. And at some point, we were confronted with the issue of the balance between the basic human rights of privacy and national security with regard to a policy of surveillance. And in my research, I noticed that there were divergent attitudes by different countries. The United States were more lenient towards national security. The German judiciary was pretty protective of the right to privacy. And as Amer Sophie said, well, you have to strike a balance. I think the jargon, the expression of art is making all your best efforts with a great sense of responsibility, governmental responsibility, and accountability to an extent. But I think that another key word is proportionality. Now, I don't think that there is lack of uniformity among countries in terms of an outright stand in the field. It also depends on the degree of threat that a given nation state is susceptible to be under by terrorism. And I think that a country which has been scourged by terrorism because there has been precedents about that or has been targeted by foreign countries is only naturally entitled to a lower level of protection of privacy, where national security prevails. Whereas in other countries, the excuse of terrorism, when there is hardly any threat, cannot justify impinging upon individual privacy. So the international law process is being very much occupied with these evolutive aspects, including, therefore, the cyberspace. Thank you.
Thank you. And when we talk about the international law process, we also have to talk about international institutions. So international institutions such as the United Nations and the World Bank were created as partly as watchdogs of the international system and governance. Professor Tanzi, how effective do you feel these institutions have been with recent criticisms being leveled against the United Nations and the Security Council veto vote on the Palestinian humanitarian corridor issue? Do you feel like international institutions at times fall short of their responsibilities under international law?
Thank you very much. I care very much for this question, which brings me back to a number of comments I made in the opening. Obviously, if the international law does not enjoy a great state of health because international society does not enjoy a great state of health, the same applies to the United Nations, which is an integral part of the system, if not the main part of contemporary international law. Well, you yourself incurred the usual habit of saying the United Nations are not fit for purpose, the United Nations. But the United Nations is nothing other than the sum, the combination of the sum of its member states. Different ways to look at the United Nations. A forum where you make the law, a forum where you apply the law, and a forum for dialogue. On the one hand, you could say that during the Cold War, when the Security Council and collective security system could not work under Chapter 7, because there would be veto by either or one of the 5 permanent members. But there have been about 60 million dead people in the first 50-something years of life of the United Nations. And I say again, should have we done away with the United Nations? I think had it not been for the United Nations, there would have been 500,000 dead people around the world. And I remember because I saw a number of documentaries since I was a child, Khrushchev from the Soviet Union, having the impression not to be listened to in the Security Council, and he took off a shoe and started banging the shoe on the table of the Security Council, saying, "Do listen to me." And he screamed and shouted and complained, and throughout that process of emotional complaints, a dialogue has been carried out. So I think that that forum should remain open for dialogue and complaints based on the alleged authority of what, when you say, but the United Nations, it means that you have expectations about the United Nations. Again, the United Nations represent the institution which is supposed to have authority, even when it fails. Sometimes you are disappointed by your parents, but they're still your parents. And parents make mistakes. In this particular case, the United Nations are not really your parents. They are the projection of the combination of us, of its children. But it would be a big mistake to do away with the United Nations because of its ineffectiveness. Now, to be a little bit more loyally in addressing your question, it is interesting to see whether the best way forward would be to adjust the system of the United Nations, to change, because historical, political circumstances have changed. After the end of the Cold War, the mandate to the Secretary General was to consider a new agenda of the United Nations, possibly reforming the system. Boutros Ghali was an Egyptian, was the Secretary General, and the permanent members were in a pretty cohesive situation. Russia was undergoing a process of transition, was very keen on getting support from the United States, so the permanent 5 were pretty united. And after a few months' time of research, an agenda for peace addressing the new challenges, the new threats to international peace and security included terrorism, environmental disasters. But when it came to the means to address threats to international peace and security, the idea that prevailed was, let's not change the legal framework, let's go back to the original matrix. Then later, in 2023, in 2023, these days, Guterres has taken a different stand. It is high time, and I quote, to renew multilateral institutions based on 21st century economic and political realities. That means reforming the Security Council in line with the world today. Now, when it comes to the Security Council, we have to be realistic. There are some rules about changing the rule. And I have been focusing on prospects for reform of the United Nations Charter since 1992. And we can't do away with the rules, the constitutional rules about changing the constitution. So you need first a reform that is being supported by the two-thirds majority of the member states. Then you have to submit the draft reformed charter to ratification to the parliaments of two-thirds of the world, including the 5 permanent members. So my concern, the legal and practical concern, is that we negotiate a new text that may get the initial vote in the General Assembly of two-thirds of member states and does not get the two-thirds plus the 5 permanent members' ratifications. The new adopted text would devoid of its authority the existing text without producing a new text, and we would be confronted with a void. But when it comes to the World Bank, I think, with all due respect to Ambassador Robin Raffel, I think that there should be a redistribution of the relationship between individual membership and the weighted representative corresponding vote, incorporating new economic realities. And since I'm in Islamabad, I understand that whenever we overcome the hurdle against the relevance of new states from developing emerging economies and states in general, you will have always to be confronted with a very competing attitude from your neighboring country, including in the reform of the Security Council process. A new seat from Asia, India, Pakistan, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Mexico. That's not the fault of international law, is it?
Thank you. And Mr. Sufi, my following question is to you along the same lines, but from a Pakistan's perspective. So Pakistan, since its inception, has been seen to be an active member of the multilateral community and also leaning on international support at times of need. However, we've seen in recent years, particularly the international institutions being selective in the issues they choose to engage with, particularly with regards to Pakistan. How do you feel Pakistan's relationship with international institutions has been or further can be bettered in the coming future?
Thank you, Maham. Well, international institutions do reflect the economic reality and the power politics, surely. I mean, let that be the overriding statement. But having said that, there is still a huge margin of performance for a country which is less powerful, which is less economically strong, because these forums, global forums, which are created under multilateral treaties, most of them, they provide a very concrete and a specific opportunity to countries like Pakistan to argue, negotiate, and develop their agenda. Because remember, every meeting which is being held in these multilateral institutions is a lawmaking process in one way or the other. Either in some meetings, terms of reference are being settled, some negotiations for a multilateral instrument is underway, some guidelines are being discussed, and so on. So it is, to me, every meeting is an opportunity. And I must give credit to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the officials of the Foreign Office. While they may not be very admirable about international law, but they fought. These officers have spent their lifetime in negotiation process and giving a push back to those who have been opposing Pakistan's interest. We have various ambassadors here. Inam Saab has led so many negotiations. I know for a fact other ambassadors who are sitting here have led those negotiations. Now, the international law forums have provided that opportunity. And they have used their sharpness, their abilities to win so many battles for Pakistan in multilateral negotiations that we in Pakistan sometimes are not aware of. Now, those forums are all an opportunities. And all I suggest is to strengthen Pakistan's participation in those forums so we have a more meaningful inroads that we can make given the margin of power politics that we have. The specifics are also very interesting. We have gained a lot. Whether it was Sir Zafarullah, who argued, and based on his arguments, we were able to get a stack of UN Security Council resolutions on Kashmir. So that today continues to be a very strong evidence of the dispute of Kashmir. We have gained our continental shelf and access of 350 nautical miles through an international forum, which is the International Seabed Authority. So it's a very concrete forum through which we were able to gain specific rights and maritime jurisdiction well beyond our territorial waters because that forum was available. We have been able to obtain satellites legal rights under International Telecommunication Union framework. We have been able to obtain so many rights in terms of and safeguarding the national interest relating to a nuclear program in International Atomic Energy Agency through the multilateral negotiations of safeguards agreement and so on. Obviously, there are issues that we have on the Indian side, but all that notwithstanding. We even have gained in unique areas that people here may not be aware of. International Hockey Federation, they have a tribunal. And one of the lawyers here, Mr. Majid, has been able to win several cases in International Hockey Federation tribunal, tennis tribunals. So unique areas. What I'm saying is we do clamor, not much has been gained by Pakistan, but if I look at it differently, I think Pakistan is being offered so many forums at a multilateral level. WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, and I was just listing down just a few of them that I thought, and some of them I've just mentioned. The forums being created by the United Nations through its Chapter 7 resolutions are yet another stack of forums, huge forums, whether it's a counterterrorism committee, whether it is under 1540, it's the committee relating to non-proliferation, it's committee relating to others. All these are international forums where Pakistan has given a pushback to its opponents, to interests which have been there, and no one is shutting these gates to Pakistani delegations. So while we say the World Bank has done this and the other institutions, which is fine, we understand that. But let's not just put a cross on so many other achievements that Pakistan has made, Pakistan's diplomat has made, his delegations have made, and they continue to do that. So I think these international institutions which are spread, both judicial, quasi-judicial, administrative, diplomatic forum, to me, sending delegations, investing in sending delegations is just the right investment. So anyone who suggests there were some voices, we sent too many delegations abroad, my own take is, please actually send more, well prepared and who undertake proper work.
Thank you. And I have one last question from both of you, but we'll take some questions from the audience and I'll ask mine the last. Can we have the mic here to this gentleman who's standing up?
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. My question is to Dr. Atalia. Sir, I am Zohaib from Quaid-e-Azam University, student of MPhil Defense and Strategic Study. Sir, my question is CCW convention or certain conventional weapon deals with AI-based, artificial intelligence-based lethal autonomous weapon systems or not? Thank you very much.
And your question is addressed to Professor Anzu. He's talking about artificial intelligence and AI-based systems. So what does international law going to do about that? In artificial intelligence.
Well, there are two expert groups and political groups, two bodies within the United Nations that are discussing this. And I have studied this discussion thoroughly. The general framework is the application of the basic general principles of international law, namely attribution, self-defense, technical neutrality in the sense that the use of certain tools may not in and of itself be outlawed, just the same way in the past would be applied to civilian aircrafts. If a terrorist group seizes a civilian aircraft, steals it, takes off, and uses it to bomb a country, you use a technically neutral piece of means of transportation for military purposes. At the same time, aircrafts are pretty useful for civilian purposes. The same applies to highly sophisticated technology. The problem lies in the factual, scientific assessment of the relationship between the means, the use of intelligent weapons, and their operators. And I think that the international community, based on its representatives, diplomats in New York, they come from the capitals, they have contribution from politicians, diplomats, scientists, military. They are trying to set out the standards. And there are already some manual, the Italian manual, providing for basic guidance in an issue of factual assessment. But here, factual assessment is no longer who shot, who had the weapon and put the bullet into it and hit. It's all very sophisticated. And there again, unilateral assessment is more and more problematic. You need scientific military cooperation, because we'll get into a world in which you don't know where these bullets come from. And it becomes a problem not just for one state, because it's not said that the bullet comes from your neighboring country. The attack, the cyber attack, or intelligent weapons are being shot from one part of the world, and you really don't know whom to attribute to. It's like terrorism. We need international cooperation, and it is in the interest of small and medium-sized nations to convince the mighty nations that they themselves can be the victim of uncontrollable military use of technology. And it is a very bad thing if they do not cooperate. But I will get back to this issue by the close of this discussion. But I thank you for your question.
Thank you. Yeah. We have one question from Sir here, and we're going to take 3 questions and then answer them together. Yeah.
Thank you, and it was very a good interaction and good. Yes. So my question to very honorable professor from Italy is that Islamophobia is on rise in Europe, hate speech, Islamophobia. But if we look into the international law is definitely there to prevent these things. And when we talk of Europeans, they are champions of human rights, followers of international law. But we see that on this account, Islamophobia and hate speech against Muslims and Islam is on the rise. Why it is so? Why we see the failure of international law when this particular thing is there, and keeping in view that United Nations General Assembly has adopted a landmark resolution on Islamophobia. So your thoughts on this, what is the reason that such a peaceful and beautiful religion of Islam is being abused by the Europeans, who are enlightened, moderate, followers of law? And question to my very dear friend Sufi Saab is that since it is more than a month, this Palestinian war, And there have been scores of dialogue, talk shows on TV and everywhere that Israel is violative of the international law. International Law Security Council, UN General Assembly, UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, all international resolutions, appeals, and everything is damn cared by Israel. So please guide us in this case, in the case of this blatant violation of international law by a state, killing hundreds of innocent Palestinians, where this case against Israel could be filed and who will be pursuing. Thank you so much. And it's always pleasure interaction with both of you.
Thank you so
Mateen Haider, I'm journalist and analyst.
Thank you. And can we take the mic there?
Yes, I have the mic.
Okay, perfect.
So my name is Mohammad Faisal. I will just sit and ask question. My name is Mohammad Faisal Hayat, fourth year law student at NUST. So like my understanding towards international law is that international law is in the air and nowhere. Like we have international law on the documents, but we do not have a strong framework in which we can actually inform the international law. So as our senior asked a question related to the Israeli-Palestine war. So my emphasis would be on the veto power. I think veto power is a threat to the development of the international law. Like there are 5 countries who can veto any.
I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you. We're very short
I will
on
be
time,
very
so your
concise.
question, please.
Yeah, I will be very. So I think we can counter this veto, and I want your views on that. Like, firstly, we can set a limit on the veto power that a single state can use veto power 3 times for a single conflict, like for the Israel or Palestine. Like USA can use veto power maximum 3 times. Or we can actually exclude the right of veto of a country if that country is actually involved in a conflict. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you give the mic to the gentleman behind you? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am Nabil from Namal IR department. My question is to Mr. Sufi. How do you perceive the impact of historical legacies such as colonialism on contemporary international legacy legal structures?
I think you can answer all 3 questions to Mr. Sufi together, and then Professor Tanzi can also answer.
Okay, thank you. Palestinian issue and case against Israel, where it can be filed. Somebody asked about Islamophobia as well, or was it a previous question? Yeah. Sorry, Islamophobia first. Islamophobia is a let me start from the domestic law appreciation of that. There is Article 295. Everyone rushes to 295C. But there's an Article 295 in our Pakistan Penal Code, which basically says we have to respect symbols, people, books of every religion, and it stops here. Now, that article is more or less in most of the jurisdictions' penal codes. So whether it's a European penal code, it's a penal code in US, it's a penal code in various states, it's a penal code elsewhere, there is an obligation to respect each other's religion, their books, their symbols, and their prophets. That obligation is unanimous, is universal. It's not only an obligation of Christians towards Muslim and Muslims towards Christians and Jews towards Christians. Now, then we have added other amendments of 295A, B, and C becomes controversial. That's not the subject here. So the respect for a religion is a unanimous global point. And that's in the constitutions of most of the countries. The mentioning of the word God, in so many constitutions, in all the constitutions of the states in the United States, there was a study done. By and large, everyone mentions God. So what does it mean? It basically means the respect for each other religions is a universally recognized norm, part of domestic law and part of international law. That is why defamation, defaming any religion is considered to be an international wrong. And that is why you are able to carry so many resolutions of UN General Assembly titled defamation of religions, which later on became different.
when someone, and most of the time, very rare, a state gets involved in defaming a religion deliberately. It's individuals, highly irresponsible individuals, who undertake that assignment. And for them, these are the offenses which are listed. Regarding Islam as a whole, yes, recently there have been trends, there have been certain legislations in various countries, certain restrictions imposed. But I take you back from an Islamic standpoint. If you are part of an Islamic faith, then the Quran tells us to uphold the covenants, including the legislative covenants. So if you become a citizen of a state by choice, and you give an undertaking that you will follow the laws of those lands, then you are conceding yourself considerably. But that does not create an alibi for a general bias against the Muslims. And I think for that, we also need to have an approach towards how to put the right approach towards our own religion. So my own legal point of view is that respect for all religions is part of the global norm. The second point is Palestinian and Israeli issue and where cases can be filed. Obviously, against Israel, there are two forums for that. One primary forum is the ICC, which is the International Criminal Court set up by the Rome Statute. There is a restriction of jurisdiction by referral, but the prosecutor office has the general mandate to take cognizance and to make a referral. The responsibility could be of individuals, those who perpetuate those acts which are defined as war crimes or viewed as war crimes. So it could be the individual general battalion head on the ground. It could be the minister if he owns it. And then it could be a state responsibility if the state also owns it. So then the state responsibility matter has to be taken to the UN forum, and individual responsibility or criminal responsibility has to be taken to either the ICC or to some forum that could be possibly established by the UN Security Council, failing which individual responsibility matters in certain cases can be taken to states which have made laws for universal jurisdiction of war crimes. And Muslim countries also can make those laws and therefore frame charges in respect of those. Third is the veto power issue. Veto power was viewed as an historic compulsion because if you pass any decision which is absolutely against the wishes of a superpower, then that superpower single-handedly can dismantle the peace apparatus of the entire world. So therefore, it was thought politically that all five superpowers of that time should be at least together on whatever the decisions UN Security Council is taking. But as you said, it stands paralyzed in case of Kashmir. There was, in case of Israel, there was yet another occasion in 1950s when, because of Russian veto, things couldn't move forward. So in UN General Assembly, a special resolution was passed called Uniting for Peace Resolution of 1951, and which said, in the event Security Council is paralyzed, then the mandate to restore international peace and security will shift to UN General Assembly and they will pass an order. That is a forum that could possibly be invoked. Regarding the last question about colonial powers and so on, I would slightly add on to this question the issue that after the UN Charter, as I mentioned, the titles of the territories have been frozen. So no country can say, I now want to expand my frontiers. There are only two countries which are saying we want to expand our frontiers, India and Israel. What is the legal basis of that? Historic title. There is a historic claim. So the people in Israel say for 3,000 years we have been promised this land through a religious covenant. People in India say we want to have Akhand Bharat and expand the boundaries to include Afghanistan, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh as Akhand Bharat. And we are relying on historic basis. This, I think, we need to push back this narrative and explain that with the UN Charter framework, historic titles argument has come to an end. Thank you very much.
Professor Tanzi, on all three questions.
Well, I will be very, very short because I will only try and complement the answers that have already been given. Let me address the issue of Palestine in relation to the United Nations, which then will bring me to the issue of veto, and it brings me back to the relevance, the authoritative relevance of the United Nations as a forum for production of what we call in the law authoritative statements that may serve the purpose of adjudication. You look for authoritative statements in order to apply the law, but also you rely on authoritative statements in order to enhance your political argument. Now, let's not undervalue the considerable number of United Nations resolutions enhancing the rights of the Palestinian people that can not only be a weapon, an argument to be used by the Palestine people, but also by the moderate Israeli parties, associations, people who are against a policy, against such authoritative statements. And let me include within such authoritative statements the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on the illegality of the wall. Absolutely outright against that. Veto. Veto is part of the failure of the collective security system under Chapter 7. Fair enough to say. There is this shortcut of the Uniting for Peace resolution, which brings the United Nations authority back onto the General Assembly. True, but let me go to the core of the rationale of the veto, which was the predecessor to the United Nations, which failed dramatically. And the United Nations have not really failed for good so far. The League of Nations, right? And what has breached the legal order envisaged by the League of Nations? Germany. What happened with Germany? 1933, under a rather rigid system of sanctioning, whereby under certain factual circumstances, the Council of the League of Nations is to adopt sanction without any veto. Germany got a problem with the treatment of Polish national minority. It's been sanctioned by the League of Nations and immediately pulled out. Italy, during the period when the rising period of Hitler, was the first country which was interested and adopted its foreign policy in terms of containing Germany, because Germany had already, Nazi Germany tried to invade Austria, which was neighboring and is neighboring to Italy. So Italy sided in its foreign policy with France and Great Britain and asked for a little bit of a colony somewhere in Africa, and they made the big diplomatic and military blunder to hit Ethiopia, which happened to be a nation state and a member of the League of Nations. When Italy had the leeway, the permission from Great Britain and France to get some kind of a colony somewhere in Africa, and they hit Ethiopia. The Statute of the League of Nations provided for no veto and automatic adoption of sanctions against a member state who would use force against another member state. Ethiopia easily got sanctioned and Italy pulled out of the League of Nations. I don't know whether Germany and Italy had remained in the League of Nations, we wouldn't have had the Second World War, but certainly had the Soviet Union been sanctioned or the United States been sanctioned by the Security Council during the Second World War, we would probably have a United Nations without the Soviet Union or the United States, which would have been absolutely useless. Last short remark about Islamophobia. I absolutely echo what Sophie said from the European legal framework standpoint. We have full protection within all domestic jurisdictions in Europe, upheld by consistent jurisprudence by the European Court of Human Rights when it comes to full respect of the right to creed, to profess any religion. The problem is rather one of a sociological, cultural nature, and I will be very short just to share the European experience if you wish. Islamophobia we have these days. I mentioned at the beginning of this panel that the world in many nations is going berserk, right? Great aggressiveness, conflictual attitude, not just against Islam communities, but also anti-Semitism, a lot of anti-Semitism. I mean, people, when they go to watch in the stadium soccer, they kill each other, not because they are Islamic or Jewish, just because they are hooligans from Milan or Turin or Manchester. I mean, we live in a situation of psychological mass malaise. There are, though, structural problems with regard to Islam and the Jewish community. When it comes to Islam, the whole problem, I think, in Europe started in the country which was the champion of cross-ethnical integration, the Netherlands. You would have many Islamic people in the Netherlands. To the extent that if you would, we were talking about the low rate of birth rate in Europe, population going down. So if you would go to school, primary school, secondary school, the majority of students would be Islamic students. And we have bullying in schools. It could be from your own ethnical friends that they go home and have been beaten up by John or Francis or whatever. It happened to be Mohammed. And this set in motion some kind of resentment. Local Dutch students were the minority students in a majority Islamic class. And then we had another unfortunate event which triggered the acceleration here. We had a movie by a film director called Van Gogh, which was considered against the Quran. And this movie director has been killed, stabbed in the chest in the middle of the street by a Muslim or something. All these elements put together produce some degree of Islamophobia. But I must say that this is part of the Western social malaise. You go to France, there is Islamophobia, but there is phobia about everything and everyone. Gay community, whatever kinds of communities, sub-communities against sub-communities. So Islamophobia is part of phobia. We are becoming phobic. It's not just to do with. One last remark. There could have been a degree of responsibility in the Catholic Church when the second last Pope, a great intellectual, but somewhat weird, argued that the only divine God was the Christian God. And he spread the news with all priests around the country. And I had an issue with one of those. I went to church one for Christmas and said, Christ is the only God. The other gods from the other religions are the creation, human creation. How can you say such a thing? And now and this was at the time when Islamophobia was on the surge. And I think this provided some fuel, intellectual, religious fuel. After that, we got a different Pope who is very much into interreligious dialogue and is rendering justice to that. So the Catholic Church is certainly open to intercultural appeasing dialogue.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Mr. Sufi. I think that brings us to the end of this session. And for me, our key takeaway would be that the belief in the international legal system is more important today than it has ever been. International law touches every aspect of our individual lives, from what we buy to our fundamental rights guaranteed by the system, to trade, to climate change. Particularly for a country like Pakistan, which is surrounded by both aligned and unaligned neighbors, it is particularly important that international law is seen as a force to take South Asia forward for an economic and geopolitically strong future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maham. Thank you, Dr. Atalia Tanzi and Mr. Ahmed Bilal Sufi. Now I'll call upon President IPRI, Ambassador Dr. Raza Mohammed, to present mementos to our distinguished speakers. Dr. Atalia Tanzi. Dr. Atila Tanzi. Mr. Ahmed Bilal Sufi. Chair International Law, Ms. Maham Naveed. President IPRI, forum moderator, and speakers are requested for a group photograph on the stage. Thank you, audience, for your participation. This brings us to the end of a 2 days Margalla dialogue. Now I'll call upon President IPRI for the vote of thanks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I extend gratitude to you all on behalf of IPRI and my behalf. It's been 2 long days. I must appreciate, I must commend your grit, your tenacity, your perseverance to sit here through these long sessions. And I still see the hall full till end with very less seats vacant, which indicates that the discussion in the last session was even so interesting that people did not leave. So the credit goes to Mr. Attila, to Mr. Sufi, and Maham. Ambassador Robin Raffel, I think she just left. She may be back. I think she also deserves the appreciation. Right from day one, early in the morning till now, she has been sitting with us. As we began yesterday, during my welcome remarks, we spoke about the wars, men's desire to seek war, fight wars, but then regret wars. Men seek war, fight war, but then it is the negotiating table, it is the law, it is the international law that prevails, but then it is too late. It has happened during the First World War. I heard someone say that before the First World War, the leaders were sleepwalking. I asked him, what do you mean really? He said that leaders were not willing to talk to each other. So that is how the First World War came. It ended on regrets, as I said, League of Nations, again, Second World War. But then world has not seen that dreadful war till the recent past. There were few questions which I had requested or proposed to be answered during these 2 days discussions by the scholars, by the practitioners, and through the audience and their questions and answers. And the first was the peaceful end to war in Ukraine. I think the most important conclusion which came was that the powers need to talk to each other. Russia and United States have stopped talking to each other. So it may be sleepwalk again, which they must not. They must talk to each other. China-United States competition, it has been established again and again in these, that it is there, it is a reality, it is heightening. But Ms. Robin Ruffel is not here. She also proposed that United States need to be careful. And the interests are so intertwined that decoupling, de-risking, or deglobalization is not the answer, because it is going to ultimately not only harm China, but the world as a whole and China, United States itself. Till the time United States establishes the alternative supply chain system, they have dependence upon China. Ceasefire in Palestine, we've heard a lot about it. We had your views also. I think there is a need for the international community to stand up to it and help end the atrocities which are going on there. And as we said yesterday, with unprecedented speed of killing and devastation in the recent past. So many children have been killed. And President Alvi posed a very, very important question yesterday. How many deaths or killing of how many children would ultimately help ease the anger of Israel and the world? I think the most important thing which concerns us is the conflict resolution in South Asia. Pakistan, as we had discussions today by ex-Prime Minister and many scholars today and the practitioners, Pakistan needs to develop workable, good relation with all the neighbors and to become a melting pot of connectivity and trade. It is important that Pakistan has peace within and peace without. And becoming a economic power or economically independent country or shifting from geopolitics to geoeconomic, as our national security policy says, is only possible when we have good working relationships with our neighbors. For within the country, I think it was very important when Mr. Shahid Khaqan Abbasi said that the way forward is only politics and democracy. And in my opinion, politics, economy, and security, whether it is the state security or it is the human security, they are intertwined. And he was very apt in saying that if you need to amend the constitution, do amend it. But follow the constitution, follow a system, but democracy is the answer. And then poverty alleviation, population rise is the biggest threat. Global cooperation on climate change is a reality. It is there. We have to actually take care of it. But I think there is one important message which comes out from this discussion. The climate change could be perhaps the start point for negotiation between Pakistan and India, because climate affects both. The glacier melt affects both. And it is one area where perhaps we could begin cooperating with each other. Extremism, is also there. Last point is about the artificial intelligence and technology. Everyone, I think, that there should be some rules, some regulations, some norms to application of the artificial intelligence and technology. Lately, there is a new term which has been coined, non-nuclear strategic weapons. And what are these? These are technological weapon or autonomous technological weapon or such weapons which are more lethal or such technologies which could actually compromise the nuclear deterrence also. And when someone's nuclear deterrence is compromised, so many countries have this written in their nuclear strategy that threat to their nuclear assets or in certain cases attack on their nuclear assets would evoke a nuclear response. And Mr. Daniel Markey said a very right thing. He says that he has been indicating the danger of two blocks in South Asia, the creation of two blocks. That is the China, United States, United States, India, and China, Pakistan, Russia, and all that. So one has to be very careful. And he was very apt when he said small little accident could take the countries to a nuclear crisis. We will compile this report, inshallah, and it will be published also. Once again, we are very grateful to you. I am very grateful to you all. And it was such a long discussion that I cannot actually repeat everything or actually say who said what. Everyone was very nice, wonderful, and we are grateful to everyone. President, Prime Minister came here. Our Minister of Industry, Gore Ejaz, was here. He dreams of taking Pakistan's exports to $100 billion. I wish we are successful. We want to have good relations with Afghanistan, Iran, and India, and other neighboring countries. With this, I wish you all the best, and God bless you all. God bless all the countries from where you came. God bless Pakistan. Thank you so much.
All the IPRI team is requested to move to the stage for a group photograph.